выгодной дорогой.
А почему выгодно?
С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
С ВТБ нам выгодный дорогой.
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ, все получится.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен.
We stay bright, coming like a night, it's on sight, ever touch my sleeve. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. You don't like me, you know I'm proactive, never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't need your pictures, you might follow it.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить. За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
Если радио, то максимум.
RDS GP – это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Вы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное – это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит. Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем. I just couldn't be happier. Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Happy New Drift, dear friends. Hello and welcome to our little cozy studio, which is located at the Nring. This is the third event of RDS GP 2025. For the 20th time, we're coming to the racing circuit of Nizhny Novgorod, and for the 12th time we're doing it on the classic configuration. And this classic configuration, I believe, is gonna be very exciting today. We're gonna see lots of interesting races. As Vladimir Safonov said, Nring has never seen such tandem drifting before. But to be fair, Nring hasn't seen Vladimir Safonov either, because this track has been in our calendar since 2010, since our very first season, and sometimes we've been coming here, sometimes even twice in a season, and the configuration has always been the same because the drivers, the audience and the organizers loved it very much, and the infrastructure was initially built in such a way that it is more comfortable for the audience to watch it like this, with all the accelerations, uphill climbs and decelerations. But instead of all my gestures and mimics, let me show you how it actually looks. It's a little cool in the morning, which is not really common for June in this region. It's about plus 20 degrees centigrade. Yesterday it wasn't hot either, and moreover, in the afternoon we had rain, which has been forecast. But instead of a thunderstorm, we had only a little rain, but still it happened. And even in the morning, the asphalt was still slightly damp. And some selected ones could even see Georgy Chevchan himself using a special device to dry out the configuration in some certain spots, because he is in the first group to qualify. Anton Klimko, by the way, is keeping company to the four-time champion of RDS GP. Let's see whether there is any tendency, if these track drivers can show any better results than their contenders, than their opponents. Here we can see that Anton Kozlov is slightly forward. He's ahead of all the others. And I can see some historical parallel. In 2023, he met Gocha here in the final, here at Nring. And then the story unfolded according to all the laws of this genre. And in the final of that season, in the very last run of the season, they finally decided the fate of the championship title. Anton Kozlov and Georgy Chevchan. There was even an OMT. One run wasn't even enough for them to do this. And it was incredibly exciting, breathtaking, mesmerizing. And I hope that this season we can see something similar. But now we are ready to continue watching. We see the rating of the contenders. There are 41 drivers this time. Of course, some of them are not taking part for the full season. For example, Ruslan Arefyev is taking part according to the wild card. Boris Abramov is still out because of his engine problems. But all the 10 teams will be with us throughout the season. And you can see that the rating, in that they're very close to each other in the rating, which means that everything can turn upside down. And the situation has already changed because Time Up team was the winner of the first event. In the second event, the winner was Anton Kozlov, but the team's trophy was taken by Likara Derzymy Motorsport. And here we can see the renaissance of Arkady Tseregratsev after his fiasco at the first event. Here is one interesting thing about it. For a very long time, we've been thinking that if a driver of a team wins an event, then the team wins it automatically. But Carville Racing showed us that it can also be broken, just like Fresh Racing. They've got 2 podiums, but they haven't been on the podium as a team this far. But we will later. Let's take a look at the judges' assignment and the components that our judges will be looking at. There are 3: line, angle, and style, which was reduced to only commitment this season. We will talk about it later and enlighten those who are watching us for the first time. And this is how the score is distributed in the line. We've got 10 control points. The outside clips, the outside touch and goes, need to be taken by any of the rear wheels. We've got 2 inner clips, the first and the 10th. They have to be taken by the right front wheel. If the control point was standing on the opposite side of the track, that would be the left wheel, but here it has to be the right one. We also have a part of the track where floor is lava, which means that the penalty is double if you have any wheels outside. This is between touch and go 2 and touch and go 3. Having one wheel outside is -5, -10 for 2, -15 for 3. Because classically it would be -2 for 1, -5 for 2, and so on. So here it is doubled. Also remarkably, in this space, the track is very narrow. We drew new limits, new borders of the track, and out of 11.5 meters, there are only 5 left. Yes, only 5, and that is enough to fit your car in, even if you are running at a big angle. Though, according to the assignment, it has to be medium, at about 45 degrees. But when you're running at a high speed, and it is quite above 100, it doesn't really feel like a wide track. We've just seen it on the screen. It's really very, very narrow. And since the cars are running at a very decent speed, hitting that corridor is incredibly hard. And this is how it looks. Very picturesque. Some smoke is flowing over the track. The warm-up session is about to be over. Every driver has a right to do some practice before the start. But there are some drivers who don't do it because we've got familiarization runs before the attempt. In the qualifying, every driver can do 2 runs plus 1 familiarization run. First of all, they don't slow us down anyway because this is the time while the judges are making the score, so the track can be used. And moreover, this familiarization is not a competitive run. Between the familiarization run and between your actually competitive run, you are not allowed to do anything with the car. You can only deliver it to the start, but in between the competitive runs, you are allowed to do any maintenance work, so maybe do some settings if there is something the driver is not happy about. But the weather will be changing, that is for sure. First of all, the asphalt will be heating up, which will be directly influencing the grip. And moreover, we expect some rain to happen. It will take place at about the top 32. Of course, if it doesn't, we will be happy, but according to the weather forecast, it is very likely. For our new audience, it may be important to know that during the qualifying, every driver takes 1-2 runs, and gets some point out of 100. Here, the points are not accrued, but they are deducted from 100. Only 32 best ones go to the next round, to top 32. If you get below the top 32 in the rating, then you are out. The score is given according to the best attempt. If there is equality of the points, then the drivers will be compared by the worst attempt result. There are also some other criteria we can tell you more about. There are lots of requirements. The judges will be looking at the line, at the angle, at the quality and sharpness of the transitions, and there is a style criterion which first of all requires high quality acceleration. The Fury dash speed has to be at least 130 kilometers per hour. So if you aspire for anything, you've got to conform to this requirement, because at a lower speed you cannot do a proper initiation to continue drifting all through the track. Moreover, you're not allowed to decelerate anywhere except for one little section, which is touch and go 8, touch and go 9, which is right before the finish, before the last sweeper. And now let's proceed to the competitive runs. Driver from Yekaterinburg, Nizhny Novgorod, Lukoil Racing 15. He's got the honor to open the qualifying round of RDS GP 2025. And now all attention to the lights. This is a very long run-in. It is not even just a run-in, it's more of a patient tester, because it's 290 meters to the initiation through this line. You see that the car doesn't want to go straight, and it may really damage the efficient initiation. You can see that Nizhny Novgorod presses the accelerator long before the initiation point, and he misses touch and go 2, I guess. We will see that on the replay. Then he runs with the long sweeper, 2 transitions, and then this is time to climb 1.5 meters up to the last curve through touch and go 10 and finish. This is not very easy for the contenders to set their cars up, especially the rear suspension. You've got to work a lot on it. Here, in touch and go 2, see it in this replay. He also missed touch and go 3 as well. Once again, as far as the suspension is concerned, the rear suspension has to be soft enough. It has to be springy so that it gives your car a proper grip. But after the uphill climb, after touch and go 9, there is a step that gives a very serious shock to your suspension. Even some drivers had to change their shock absorbers, because it is really serious. So you've got to find a compromise. First of all, not to make an excessive shock on your suspension, but at the same time, it has to be comfortable to run through the sweeper in around touch and go 4 to touch and go 6. It's also very important. And here in this spot, there is a very strict requirement to the speed. It has to be either grow or remain stable. It mustn't fall in any situation. As far as Nizhny Novgorod is concerned, this is exactly what happened to him. He entered the sweep at about 92 kilometers per hour, but as he left it, he had less speed. No, he had 96 kilometers per hour, yeah, so he conformed to this rule, but he had some angle problems, especially near the finish. It has to be a big angle, especially in the acceleration zone. It was like that, but then he started losing the angle, but at least it remained medium. So I would say that he managed to conform to the rules. He made only one serious mistake in about touch and go 3. He missed it. It is not the most valuable sector. It is only 2 points for the line. And also I have some questions about the throttle opening. I think he did it exactly on the dotted line, or maybe a little late. This is the sector that is very easy to see from the judges' tower. So I guess they have a very good picture, and maybe even better than me, who is watching it all through the broadcast. We've been watching the replays from Nizhny Novgorod's cockpit, and I could see his left foot working. There is such crazy load falling on the clutch during the run. This is something over the top. Usually our clutches can survive through 3 or 4 events. And we've got the results for the first attempt, and this is 92. Wow, a 90 plus. Well, this is really good. It was a nice and rhythmic run, except for this little line flaw that made an impact on the other criteria as well. I'm sure that we would have seen something better, at least a little better. Now here's one of the track dryers. He's standing there preparing to start. Anton Klimko from St. Petersburg. He's driving a BMW 2nd Series F22. And he represents himself. He is not a member of any team. 2JZ GTE with enlarged volume to 3.4 liters. The engine is a billet block, which means that it has been made of a huge piece of aluminum with lots of little holes for the pistons and stuff. Speaking in very, very simplified terms. By the way, that late throttle opening cost Andreas Tapov 1.5 points. So let's write it down, just take a note. At the previous event, Anton Klimko faced technical problems, some little things, nothing global, but still all of them required him to change the entire transmission here at the Nring. Let's see how this driver from St. Petersburg can handle it, because when the car works, the driver works well too. The angle is very deep. It looks like he was a little late with opening the throttle, and then he doesn't break the borders. He is already in the long sweeper, which becomes very smoky due to the great effort of the F22 driver. Here's another deceleration zone. A little bit of paint takes Anton Klimko with him as he climbs uphill to the last sector. A little straightening or a little angle loss at the finish is also okay according to the judge's assignment. We can tell that the smoke started coming a little late. It doesn't occur immediately, but this dance on the white line was something special. But now I see what Mikhail Davidyan's, our angle judge, meant when he spoke about the second transition. The transition, he said, has to be controlled. Of course, the entire movement has to be controlled, but sometimes the transitions look uncontrolled, as though the driver is just tossing his car into the transition. But here you've got to maintain the speed, at the same time controlling the car throughout the transition. So you've got to be fast, firstly, but secondly, you've got to keep holding the steering wheel, not to let your car fall on a bigger angle, not to give your car any extra inertia, so that you could press the throttle and continue your controlled drifting. We've already mentioned Stanislav Dolgich of the judges board, because we only showed his slides. Stanislav Dolgich is responsible for the line, Vladimir Safonov for the style, and Mikhail Davidyans is responsible for the angle. And we are the commentators, Nikolai Svistun and Evgeny Shadrin, beautifully translated by Katya Adamovich, whose voice you've been enjoying through the weekend. So now you can see how the suspension is working. Sometimes the F22 is running on 3 wheels. This is a normal thing for a BMW with a McPherson suspension. Some drivers, when they shift from a BMW to a Supra A80, for instance, have some difficulties because the 2 front wheels are continuously on the ground, and the car is very sensitive to the steering. And also, you can see that we've got some numbers on the ground denoting the numbers of the control points, the numbers of the touch and goes. But these beautiful views are so impressive, but sometimes we cannot see the numbers. We can see the 10. We can see the 10 very well, but it would be very hard not to recognize it. This is Sergei Kuznetsov, a driver from Samara, representing Star Pro Stars Samara. He is driving a Flanker F, a unique car with a unique engine, VR38, under the hood of this car. It is an extincting species. Wow, 34 line, 34 angle. All right, so this is maximum for the line, but not maximum for the others. So this makes a total of 93, and he's now the first in the rating, but because he's 1 point ahead of Andrei Astapov. Now, here comes Sergei Kuznetsov from Star Pro Stars Mall, and the only one Flanker F in our fleet. But we will tell you more about it later. His first attempt, the Flanker F, is built on the traverse transaxle scheme, which means that the transmission is on the rear axle. Therefore, it has a superpower to shoot out from slower sections. We will see whether there were any violations, and now he's sliding on the outside line on the outside border of the track according to the assignment, then takes touch and goes 7. Then here is another transition to the deceleration zone, little stabilization. Oh, he should have pressed it earlier. I'm afraid that he will lose a part of his score, but now he has already passed the last sector and finishes. There is something special about the performance of this car. One very famous driver, Charles Eng, said it was more of a racing car than a drifting car, and he is right in a certain way, because without any extra manipulations, this car would be really not be drifting. But our engineers are very smart people, very experienced specialists, and they know what solutions to implement to make such a car go sideways and make it go sideways in a beautiful way. The flanker doesn't really like big angles, even though the front suspension actually allows it to turn out at a very big angle. The flanker is not very good at running out of big angles. But, well, we remember the 64 degrees without any extra corrections that we have seen the flanker F doing. Yeah, I think he even pressed the throttle at the right moment, but from this angle I didn't see it very well. From this angle it looked like he was still within the track, but the replay will always give us an answer whether he loses the 4 points for the clip or if he also gets a 2-point penalty for that wheel, or that unfortunate wheel. But if it was unfortunate, we will see it later. Here you could see a good example of what you should not do, while Sergei Kuznetsov had to pull the handbrake where he had to press the throttle. The thing is, otherwise the car wouldn't have collected the 9th touch and go, that little square number 9, so he decided to use the handbrake to approach to it and to collect those 4 points. This is an expensive control point, but it is not a fact that he wouldn't lose more of the style score. Moreover, he finished the run at a low speed. I mean, comparatively low speed, because at the end of the acceleration zone, you've got to accelerate again. And some drivers are quite good at it. And at first I praised the flanker F. But anyway, the car is a car. It is a tool which is manipulated by a driver. Some colleagues had a speed of 80+ kilometers per hour, but Sergei Kuznetsov had 63. So if he had an opponent running after him, a chaser, the chaser would really have a hard time. This is Pyotr Borodin from Almaty, who really created a lot of fuss at the previous event when he kicked Artyom Shabanov out. Of course, Artyom Shabanov's car also helped because he didn't really want to go anywhere. But anyway, Pyotr Borodin proceeded further in the competition bracket. Here's the result of Sergei Kuznetsov. It's 86. He lost 8 for the style only. And he is now 3rd, but this is just the beginning. It looks like he may get to top 32. Pyotr Borodin from Takayama Forward Order, his forward racing S50, the champion's car that Georgy Chevchan drove when he gained his last title. Pyotr Borodin, a many-time champion and rally of the Republic of Kazakhstan, international master of sports, is now learning his new discipline. In Kazakhstan, drifting competitions are usually held in traffic at parking lots, and here he's got to learn how to do drifting on racing tracks. Now you can see him collecting touch and goes. The second transition was pretty slow, and then he's coming to the double transition. First transition, which has to be smooth according to the assignment. Then you can see the S15 squatting on the left wheel, lots of corrections, and then the finishing line. Why I speak so much about corrections? If you see them now through the cameras, it means that Mikhail Davidians is already boiling of calculations, because with his naked eye he can see the corrections much better. I guess Mikhail Davidians should be terrified at seeing all these corrections. Pyotr has a very specific relationship with this car, slightly complicated. I mean, Pyotr is more accustomed to using the anti-lag system that doesn't allow the turbocharger to go into the negative pressure. This car wasn't equipped with it from the beginning because it has the mechanic manifold. The electronic manifold was installed later, but with lots of adventures during the practice sessions, because setting this ILS, the anti-lag system, was very hard, because you've got to make the manifold slightly open, the throttle slightly open, so that the ignition angles are correct, so that the entire system works, but it hasn't worked correctly this far, so he doesn't have it this far. But Piotr did quite a good job, even though compared to his previous runs you can see some inaccuracies. The correction after the Furidashi was still done. He made a correction to 38 degrees, but a correction for over 11 degrees is already a reason for a serious penalization. There are lots of corrections. We could see it very well on the dynamic system that records all the dynamics, everything that the car is doing, all the angles, the lines and the speeds. It helps the judges see all the little details that they do not see through the cameras. But even through the cameras you can see the corrections sometimes. As far as the speed was concerned, Piotr also failed to accelerate in an efficient way. Maybe this is about the track, about the configuration. Let's see how he does or does not do it later. Okay, so this is 80. If we take a look at the leader of the qualifying, he did accelerate at that sector, even though it wasn't very far. And this is Piotr's teammate, Georgy Chevchan, 4-time champion of RDS GP, 2-time winner of the Intercontinental Drifting Cup, and his Nissan Z, and the first official Russian Drifting Cup winner. This is his first attempt, and his initiation was presented to the others as an example during the practice sessions. Let's see if he can do it like this once again on board his Z that has been reset so many times during this weekend. We will check out the throttle later. This is the second transition, a very smoky curve. Then 2 transitions in a row, 1 and 2. Yes, he does it, and I think that 2 tiny handbrake pulls were there, but they don't really matter that much, and he does the acceleration before the finish. Very energetic, very nice. I would be really interested in seeing the speed graphics, but at the very beginning, Georgy Chevchan shows us how well he can drive his car, how well he feels it. The springs have been changed so many times. The gear reductor has been changed a number of times. And these all matter a lot, because the reduction ratio can even influence the grip and therefore the speed. And there is no direct proportion that the bigger the reduction, the faster the car runs. This is very fine. This is dynamics in the last sector. The lowest speed was 68.9 kilometers per hour, and then he shoots out to 86.5, which means that he accelerates exactly where Piotr had problems. What else can we tell you about this speed? 143 kilometers per hour at the initiation is a very good result, one of the top ones, and the initiation into the angle of 67 degrees without corrections, which is also something for others to look up to. Plus that sweeper where we're already approaching, yes, this one, the entrance is at 94.6 and he is leaving at 94.6 kilometers per hour. And yeah, here he presses it and he climbs up and up and up. Yeah, this is a very good qualifying. And also, as far as this sector from touching 09 to the finish is concerned, I believe that this is a very important parameter, an indicator. Sometimes you can see that the driver is trying to aiming at touch and go 10 because he doesn't see it very well, first of all. And secondly, the confidence, the control, the vector the driver sets to the car also speak a lot. If anything goes wrong, the drivers tend to aim and they don't gain speed anymore because they're thinking only about the track borders, not to cross them, and they can do lots of things. They can use the foot brake, or they may not accelerate too much. Last year we said that for 3 years in a row, Georgy Chevchan had won the classic configuration, and when the alternative configuration was invented, he lost. And we made lots of jokes about it, saying that the alternative configuration at Nring was intentionally designed for him not to win at the Nring all the time. But this is the classic one once again. Here are some deductions we can see for the angle and for the style in all the three sectors, which means that we don't have a good picture of the angles, but we will ask Mikhail Davidyants about it later, because it looks like there have been too many deductions. And he's got the maximum of 89 points, even though the impression was really good. This far, Georgy Chevchan is the third. Andreas Tapov has finished his familiarization run, and I remind you that they do it before each run. This makes a certain sense, because the weather can be changing at any moment, and they are changing. Even if we don't see any rain, the asphalt is still heating up, but still. The qualifying is a long process, and the morning practice doesn't make any sense for the last groups of the qualifying bracket. Starting from the fourth group, I guess, the situation changes a lot. And from here, you can see it very well that the color of our line is very different from the rest of the asphalt. You can tell that the part of the track is very dark gray, almost black, and when it's black, it absorbs the sunshine better, so it heats up even more. The later groups are coming out to a hotter asphalt, which means that they've got to set up their tire pressure accordingly. Once again, we see Andreas Tapov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team, one of the two drivers of this team who didn't have any technical problems. And he's one of the two drivers who's got a 90-plus result. His previous one was 92, and this is his second attempt. He's got to collect touch and go 3, and he will have improved his performance compared to the first one. Once again, the rear wheels were immobile for a very long time. And now you can see him doing a transition, working with the left foot. He hardly reached touch and go 5, missed touch and go 6. A very expensive clip was missed. And now he's already preparing to climb 1.5 meters up to the finishing line. And yeah, well, this is interesting because he collected the touch and goes that he missed at the first run, but he missed those that he didn't. And he missed the moment to press the throttle pedal, which is also not very good. Maybe it was some speed excess. I cannot really tell. He just failed to stabilize his car in a proper way. You've got to understand that you can press the throttle only after the car has stabilized, which means that it is not moving sideways when it has gained a certain stable angle. Because otherwise, if you press the throttle, you will lose control. And here, you've got to choose the right moment. You've got to feel it. And you've got to start spinning your car with the right effort. Also, the tire has to be in a certain condition. It has to be hot enough. It has to have enough grip. This is all pretty hard to adjust. And now you could tell very well in this comparative view, where you can compare the two attempts and see some details. In the first transition, in the first run, it was much sharper. And the speed wasn't really high. It was 138 kilometers per hour. We've seen some faster ones even today. And yeah, until a certain moment, Andrei just couldn't press the throttle because he had to stabilize the car, and it took him some time and it took him too long. So I think he will not only be penalized for this style. I think Mikhail Davidyants will also penalize him because the transition has to be sharp according to the assignment. At first it was sharper. I wouldn't say it was bad in the second one, but there is a certain difference that you could easily see. Here it's also important to say that the speed also matters, but also about the moment. I mean, the point of the track where you begin drifting. There is a whole array of deductions, quite a lot of deductions. He is losing a lot of points, and he loses more for the line compared to the first run, so there is no improvement whatsoever. You don't need any superpower in mathematics to see that. So this is only 82. No improvement, and his result is 92. He is now in the second line of the rating. The assignment is built in such a way that it requires a lot of accuracy at the initiation. Anton Klimko, the current leader of the qualifying, and his second run is starting right now. Anton Klimko is the best drivers who are not members to any teams. So he is the best single driver in terms of qualifying. And now together with Anton Klimko, we're running to the full throttle, and this is the initiation after 290 meters of running. This is how you press it. This is how you do it. And once again, he is doing his dance on the white line in absolutely brilliant manner through the long sweeper here to the finishing line. Then he does another transition stabilization with a handbrake and presses the throttle pedal, almost sliding off the track. But once again, running on the edge is something that both the audience and the judges love to see. But you don't have to drift after the finish. This is a small violation. Please notice how the car squats on the rear wheels after Anton Klimko presses the throttle. You can see how the car presses the suspension. This is the side grip. This is exactly what we told you about. You release the clutch at a very high revolution rate, and the car starts propelling itself forward or diagonally, at the same time collecting the inner touch and goes. Also, the settings seem to be very comfortable. Also, this was the right moment for the initiation chosen by Anton Klimko, and here he maintains very good dynamics. Of course, the speed will be lost at the initiation because the car turns with inertia at the same time flying forward, but it looked very dynamic, and also it looks very the deceleration zone seemed very similar, but with this wow factor the speed was only 132 kilometers per hour, a little slower, and he would have been penalized for the non-conformity to this speed requirement. As I look at the diagrams, I can see that this initiation angle was later corrected. It was a little smooth, it was not very visible, but still the angle reduced to 42 degrees, which means that it cannot be even considered as medium. What will Mikhail Davidyan say? I'm sure he wouldn't be really happy. But the acceleration was good, and at the finish the speed was just mind-blowing, almost 95 kilometers per hour, because we've seen guys finishing at 65, and now imagine a tandem runs of these two with 30 kilometers per hour difference. Yeah, there is an angle penalization, which is pretty light. And yes, there is some style penalization in the third sector, and I guess this is because of touch and go 9, after which the speed reduced, and there was too much handbrake, and one of them was outside the deceleration zone, and Vladimir Safonov definitely saw it. But the general result is very good. He completely repeats his first result. Anton Klimko, beautiful qualifying. I don't think this is a victory, because I remember what the drivers can do here, but this is stability. And I think that this is already a guarantee of being in the top half of the qualifying protocol. Sergei Kuznetsov is not really in danger with his 86 points, because I believe that his first attempt guarantees him a place in top 32, but he will not very highly qualified unless he improves the situation right now. About the threshold, we will tell you later. And now the flanker F, wearing the colors of Star per Star Zaimol, is running to the full throttle area. And this is the initiation, and the smoke is coming from underneath the rear wheels, once again very close to the no-go zone. Another transition, number 2, very good fixation, I can see it. And now to the double transition, touch and go 7, and looks like there was some angle problem. It was very shy, and now he's running to the last sweeper to touch and go 10 and finishes. I wonder how the speed changes from touch and go to the finish, because it looked very dynamic, and how it changed through the sweeper and after the sweeper, because it looked slightly weird. With our eyes we can see one thing, but the graphics and the drift dynamics, which is merciless, can see some other things. Drift dynamics He uses the GPS data and show us the speed and even the line in some way. It's a great helping tool for the judges. It shows all the parameters of moving through this court section of the track. Well, I really liked how the flanker F propels itself, but what looked weird compared to the previous contenders looked quite good, you know, because he had a speed of 89 kilometers per hour as he left the sweeper. This is okay. The angle is reduced, which also conforms to the assignment, and the speed was growing at the end, which is something you've got to consider. The sporters have to write it down, because Sergei Kuznetsov will be definitely there in top 32, and he will have to compete with someone. Drivers have different styles, and Sergei is a high-speed runner. He will run away of his opponent, definitely, and he will not violate any rules this way. I don't see any mind-blowing speeds here, though, at least compared to Anton Klimko. And 65 kilometers per hour is the lowest speed. And it falls somewhere in the middle of this finishing sweeper. Because in the perfect world, in Touch and Go 9, the speed has to be minimal, and that it has to be either the same or it has to be growing when all the physical forces allow this growth to occur. But even Georgy Chevchan didn't show us the best reference, because his minimum speed was somewhere where he was already straightening, which also looked slightly strange, and I guess that was the reason for his penalization. Pyotr Borodin is now on your screens, and speaking about any threshold values, he had 86 points for the first run, and I guess it will be somewhere very close to the threshold that will be the border of the winners and the losers. Now, the 3 sevens are here on the start, Pyotr Borodin. And we're waiting for the results of Sergei Kuznetsov, and there are not so many deductions. But once again, that was Mikhail Davidyans, who has a lot of questions. Shows the improvement opportunities, and here they are. And I guess I know what these deductions are for. It is 92.5. I have a guess. You see, you don't only have to conform to the judge's assignment angle-wise, you also have to gain the angle in a very smooth way. You've got to spin your car smoothly, but some contenders do it sharply, which is also a mistake. Moreover, there is genetic memory, but I will tell you more about it later. And now we meet Pyotr Borodin from Forward Auto. We're running to this court section of the track. The Forward Racing S15 is running in and initiating. And wow, it was very long wait until he pressed the throttle. Then he makes quite a sharp transition. And here he's got a problem with entering the sweeper, spinning the car in the middle of the process, which is not good at all. And now the last transition is left very, very sharp, almost into a backward, and this is a 0. Yes, this is an unchasable run, and it started in the last transition. So unfortunately, this is a 0 for the first, for the second attempt, and now he is hanging on a very breakable thread. So, what can I tell you? Why the participants get a 0 in the qualifying? First of all, having all the 4 wheels outside. Secondly, a spin, or the opposite drifting, which is drifting in violation of the judge's assignment. And there was an expression or a term of an unchasable run, which is something that is impossible for a chaser to do. So if we imagine a chaser, what would be impossible for the chaser to mimic? I mean, the criteria may be formally conformed to, but for certain reasons, like the uneven speed or maybe transition with a big angle loss, it would make the chaser impossible to mimic such moves. If the judges say this is an unchaseable drift, unchaseable run, and this is a 0. This is a very good illustration of expressing what I mean. Also, if you stop in the middle, this is also a reason for getting a 0. But if a contender is running at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour and then heroically continues running, it is not 0 kilometers per hour, but it would be impossible to mimic. This is why we have this unchasable run term, just to do all the formalities. Now we're waiting for Georgy Chevchan to appear, and here he is. I really love the way he appears, and I like this control of drivers. It gives it some little choreography, contributing it to the process of qualifying. But now Georgy Chevchan has some things to work on. He had 89 points, and if I remember it right, he did something to his car, set something up. Let's see whether it helps him. The 4-time champion of RDS GP, the winner of the Russian Drifting Cup, is doing his second qualifying attempt. Lizzie wearing the colors of Takayama Forward Auto, and this is the initiation. Wow, that is cool. I really love the way he spins his car around, and I think he was late with opening the throttle again. The left front wheel was right on the order, almost got a penalty of -5. He has already passed the big sweeper. Another transition into the deceleration zone. So here he can work with a handbrake, but I guess Georgy doesn't even do it because I didn't see his wheel stop. And then an uphill climb. And I have a feeling that there is some slight improvement, but the initiation is slightly doubtful. Angle-wise, it was great. He let the handbrake go. The car was stabilized at the right time, and I think that the squats of the Z have become more articulated. And it probably means that the rear suspension is now lower than the front. It is usually done for dynamic weight shift. But comparing to the first run, I don't think there should be any serious improvements. I don't see any dramatic changes. Because it looked pretty risky, and the qualifying is very dynamic also. We've got only 5 people in every group, so it's running very dynamically. So as far as the throttle opening is concerned, how you can recognize that it happened? When the car squats on the rear axle, this means that at this moment the torque arrives at the rear wheels, and this causes this squat that you can see so well. Some cars have such springy rear suspension, and they tend to squat so much, and then the weight shift occurs, and sometimes when you press the throttle, it doesn't really cause such articulated body car movement. You can see that the suspension is having very hard time on these 2 very hard bumps where the drivers were running uphill. Here it was even more considerate, and Damir Idiatulin told us in many details how he learned how to use the brakes. But this is really, really, really hard, because you've got just pressing the throttle all the time is something the idiots do. But normal people stabilize their cars at first. They stabilize the car, and then they open the throttle to keep it all under control. You've got to position your car as well to fly into the turn, into the curve in the right position. Here, there is quite an articulate uphill climb, 1.5 meters, in a very short distance from touch and go 9. And there, if you wish to know, but even if you don't wish to know, I will still tell you, it's just 80 meters. Yes, Georgy Chevchan missed touch and go 6. I had that little suspicion. But yes, he really missed it, which gives him -4 for the line alone. And this is quite a lot in our reality. So it wouldn't be very high performance. So yeah, there is no improvement once again, only 85 points. 89 points is the best result of Georgy Chevchan. If not disappointing, but well, it is not the best one. But still. Georgy Chevchan has won qualifyings at the Nring 8 times. I know, he won the qualifying twice, but he won the Nring events 8 times. But winning the qualifying doesn't really mean anything. Anatoly Kisin from VS team on board his E92, and he is running to the initiation point. He makes 2 corrections and runs into the second transition, collects TG2, TG3. Another transition, once again there is an angle correction, the big sweeper, and then he takes touch and go 6. Then there is another transition, touch and go 7, and into the deceleration zone. At least one wheel is outside, and here, like this, jumping on his rear axle, Anatoly Kisin is crossing the finishing line. The suspension looks way too soft, at least this is the feeling that I've got, but now let's study. From this angle, we don't really see the suspension, but we can see the angles very well. And generally speaking, if we ignore the things that we cannot see through the camera, it looks quite well balanced, though... It's good he managed to come back, because otherwise the consequences would have been much worse. And now let me continue the historical information. It is very rare when qualifying winners win the events. And only Georgy Chevchan managed to win both the qualifying and the event as well. And there were only 2 winners on this track, only Arkady Tseregradzev and Georgy Chevchan, and it's 8-2 for Georgy Chevchan. We are all waiting for the 20th victory of Georgy Chevchan. Last season he's been trying to make friends with his new car, and still on board of this car he managed to win the Russian Drifting Cup, which was a very good statement, which meant that he has a chance. But if not here, then where? Because the statistics is very illustrative. It looks that something is wrong on with the hydraulics of Anatoly Kisin, because the car doesn't really have to swing that much. It doesn't have to jump up and down like this. It looks a little weird, because it looks like there is something with the softness of the springs. It looks like it's excessive, and the shock absorber is working inadequately, or maybe something is just not working, because that little bump over there, you can run on this and just you can break your shock absorber so that the liquid flows out, and if it does, then the shock absorber just turns into a decorative part, because it wouldn't work. So this is something very, very important. So the shock absorber is a part that requires good care. We can see Grigory Burlutsky, the winner of RDS Europe, a Russian circuit racing champion and a classic rally winner. He's got lots of achievements in different motorsport disciplines, a master of sports. And in the meanwhile, we've got the score of Anatoly Kisin. He's got -5 for the 2 wheels. Yeah, unfortunately. Touch and go 8 was also missed. Yeah, not that good. Also, the angle and the style. Lots and lots of flaws, so that created this picture. But how much has he got as in total? And this is 76 points. So there are things to improve to bring this situation into something more beautiful. Grigory Burlutsky, another F22 BMW with 2Gs at GTE. And here is the run-in, quite intensive. He even had to reduce the speed. Yeah, this is something that you don't have to do. And this is a straight line, and the initiation. He almost falls off the asphalt, and here he does. And in the kill zone, one wheel was definitely out. This is -5 points. And the entrance into the sweep was also very inaccurate. Grigory Burlutsky is doing a transition touch and go 7 and then touch and go 8 and 9. And he's collecting it as he climbs uphill. And whoa, he was so much in the no-go zone, which is minus clip number 10. It looked like everything went wrong from the very beginning. From the very beginning, he wanted to surprise everyone. And well, he did, but not in a good way. He slided on the curbside, and he crossed the border of the track quite a lot of times. And here's an interesting situation with the BMW's F22 in our series. No one in the world has managed to show any proper result on this platform because it has its certain specificities, some of its inherited diseases that people have been trying to cure. But Georgy Burlutsky's car is very similar to the car of Anton Klipkov, with the only difference. Grigory had a heavier car from the very beginning, and the weight is a serious problem because even 30 or 50 kilos change it very much. But this is common for all the racing disciplines. I believe there is also weight distribution which really matters. And I believe that in drifting it's also very important to compare to other motorsport disciplines, because you've got to keep everything under control. Oh, it was 3 wheels, I guess. That's too much. Yes, the inertia thing, there is a certain tendency here at the Nring. In the deceleration zone, where touch and goes 8 and 9, have always been the inertia drifting zone, but now it's not. Even though the car does move there according to inertia, but this is a very short zone, and the border was moved so that the drivers don't really play with inertia too much, because someone even did some backwards, where a qualified driver can do it theoretically. And sometimes it all even ended up safely without any big problems. But anyway, you understand that for the chaser, this is a situation that's not very good to handle, not very easy to handle. This inertia drift is done differently by different drivers. Sometimes it's a little bit more controlled, sometimes it's less. And here I think the judges are trying to see whether it was unchasable run or not. Oh, is it minus 19 for the wheels? Oh my God. Yeah, so finally it's minus 26 for the line. So he's got 4 points left, and this is only 53 points. Yeah, so this is an anti-example. We didn't really expect that from Grigory Burlutsky. Yes, only 4 for the line. Yeah, that's very little. Only 53. Yeah, there are things to work on for sure. As far as the popularity or unpopularity is concerned, some of the foreigners would be surprised that Toyota Altezza was very popular for a while, which is also not very typical for the drifting community as a whole. But well, Russia has its own way. Danila Skarabagata from Rukoil Racing Drift Team, representing the city of Tomsk. He is the guy who has had lots of adventures on the way, but we'll tell you more about it later when we fall into a nostalgia. Danila Skarabagata, V92 MW, and his first qualifying run. Let's go. Let's hope that the car is okay, because it has had everything that could possibly happen. Danila Skarabagata is making a turn. And now here's a transition and a long sweep under the wheels of E92. And this is a double transition time. Not a very fast transition, but it has to be like this according to the assignment. And here he's got to press it, but I don't really see it by the on the black wheels. Some double pedal drifting, but now he's already at the finish. Also, you should know that Grigory Gusev drove this car for 2 seasons in a row, and he didn't have any serious problems. But now, within 1 weekend, everything happened. Transmission, engine, even 2 engines, then the motor block, and then finally the winter's case was broken. And this is something I have never seen before. Yeah, two-pedal drifting. But, well, I've seen some winter skating breaking, but not as dramatic, because here it broke in half. The gear reduction simply broke. Danila said that he has used up 6 wheels, so he did only 6 runs, and he had to wait the rest of the time. Yesterday he came out on the 3rd or 4th session, which means it was at the end of the day, and it didn't really last long, because in the 3rd or the 4th run the car was broken again. And why I say it, without practice, with hardly any practice, Danila Skorobogatov is running on this configuration, even though he has not been on this track in any series, not RDS Europe, not RDS GP, nowhere. No, he was here once, he has been here once. It was in 2023, and he drove a Silvia, because he was in time-up team. And now, as far as this car is concerned, even Grigory Gusev would come and say, come on, how is it even possible? But you know, a racing car is such a thing. It can work for a while, and then it just starts breaking, and every unit breaks, one after another. But it can happen to any car, not even racing car. But with civil cars, it happens when the warranty runs out. But the racing cars don't have any warranty whatsoever. So this has just happened. Some units and some hubs finally experience so much load, then a smallest shock can make them break. And you can do nothing about it. You can just try to do some preventive maintenance to try to prevent it. Here you see the stabilization with the front, with the foot brake, gives you these kind of deductions. It also happened in the 2nd sector, but the result is like this. It's 81. This is his first attempt, so this is probably the borderline where Pyotr Borodin was doing his acrobatic tricks, and now Danila Skorobogatov says, come on, scoot over, give me away. And this is Grigory Gusev. We just spoke about him, and here he is on board his Supra A90 that Grigory Gusev is trying to get used to. And now he's beginning his qualifying run. Now his car is much shorter, and I really like when the drivers are always seeking new challenges and new adventures. And let's see what he can do in the qualifying. This was a very good initiation. And now this is transition number 2 in a long sweeper with 3 clips on the way. Touch and go 6, then transition touch and go 7. Very carefully, and now the stabilization, pressing the gas, and then climbing up to the finishing line. Oh, wow. He was very, very careless with touch and go 10. If he took it, he hardly did. What makes these shorter cars so special? They are very sensitive to all actions of the drivers. They spin around better, and before that, Grigory used to drive the bigger cars. We just saw the first sector, and here I recalled an important comment made by Mikhail Davidyants. He said that after the initiation, no spinning has to occur, and here it looked like the angle of A90 has been growing until the very transition moment. So if we see a deduction, don't be surprised, because it means that such a correction took place. I don't really see it visually, I don't see it with my eyes. To me, it looked like the car was directed into touch and go. And after the first transition, the speed was also growing, not really that much, but from 49 to 62 degrees it was. But simple arithmetics tells me that it's more than 11. Let's get back to the chassis length thing. Historically, Grigory Gusev used to drive a Toyota Chaser. Then he changed for Toyota and it was even longer. And then suddenly he decided to take the most modern of the drifting platforms, which is Toyota Supra A90, which is significantly shorter. And therefore, what happened? Such a big and accentuated movements of the driver make a lot of damage. But sometimes it feels very good making mistakes. But still, there is still some deduction for the second sector because there was a correction after the transition. And in the last clip, it wasn't really... It was not accepted by the judges. So this is 89 points, and I think that this is a yes. I think he can get to top 32. Congratulations. But I'm sure that he is not very happy because he is a person who is really tending to over-criticize himself. This is a new driver, Nizhny Novgorod, who has never been to the Nring, and his legendary Toyota Mark II, number 100. A very beautiful number. So I hope that he doesn't show us anything bad in the qualifying. Nizhny Novgorod and his initiation in his first qualifying run. Immediately into the first transition, he collects the clips number 2 and 3. Now here is the transition, but about the sharpness of the transition, Mikhail Davidyans will definitely tell us later. And now Nizhny Novgorod is dancing on the edge in about touch and go 7, and then he breaks into the last sector. Oh, it looks like he misses it too. This long nose of the Mark II doesn't really allow us to see, but I think that the front wheel didn't really reach there. He also did a very prominent foot brake. But let's see how the Toyota Mark II works today, what it feels. It has a certain bond with Nissan Silvia because it has a part of the Silvia suspension. And another part of suspension is really related to a BMW, so it's a combined thing, a lot of exchange between the different cars, but you can tell that a lot of work has been done on this car. It's a very custom project because its general structure is pretty archaic. The front suspension is... the original front suspension was very archaic, so a lot of work had to be done, but generally the car looks very convincing on the track, though he shouldn't have crossed the border here. But did he or didn't he? I cannot really tell, but it looks like he did. Looks like he will get at least a 2-point deduction. You can tell how hard it is for the Mark to fit in that narrow corridor, but the only thing that matters is that the wheels fit in. And here, let's see. The drone turns in such a way that we don't see the front wheels, but we could see that the line has been crossed. Unfortunately, this is a 2-point deduction, but it's not as bad as -4 for the last clip. But we will see it all very soon. I can tell that the attempt is productive. When we had less than 32 contenders, we would say congratulations immediately, but now they've got to compete. Yes, there are quite a lot of deductions, -4, -6 for the line alone. And the same for the others. Which makes a total of, quite a lot has been lost by Nizhny Novgorod. This is a total of 77.5. This is, he's now the 8th in the rating, but of course we understand that this is all temporary. This is super preliminary because we've got lots and lots of contenders coming up. Now, the second round for the second group, Anatoly Kizin. In the first attempt, he had 76 points, and his 800 HP to JZ GTE, but it looks like there is some changes in the score is made. Yeah, some data transmission problem on the judges' tower. Yes, sometimes happens, especially at the beginning, but as some smart people say, the system is characterized not by its errors, but to the responses to the errors. Now we will see a new graphics, but we will see. the result will be slightly changed. I've got a strange feeling that while some of the drivers are trying to get to the 90 plus club, some other drivers are trying to get as a low result as possible. I know that everyone is trying to show their maximum, but sometimes you probably shouldn't. Sometimes you probably need to turn it a little bit down and just not to try too hard. But on the other hand, the assignment for the angle is super strict. First, we got the information about what you can do in each sector, then what you should not do in each sector. Plus, there is that very narrow corridor where you've got to fit. And if you try to show something super expressive, something super emotional, then your accuracy will definitely be compromised. Anatoly Kizin is warming up his wrists. This is an exercise that many drivers practice, what they do, so that their hands do not feel stiff. But maybe this is this little physical activity that a driver can do when he's seated in his cockpit. Because when you are nervous, you've got to move something. Okay, so this is 77 exactly, so minus half a point. I don't think that anyone would be happy. I don't think it may change anything dramatically, even though sometimes it does, especially in this zone of about like 70 or 80 points. Sometimes the battles there can be very dramatic. Anatoly Kizin from VS team is going on his second qualifying attempt. I hope we will also give him a round of applause when he finishes, because we wish him good luck. This is the run-in. It begins, and here we start. Here he does the initiation. It looks very weird, and then he's running to the first transition into the second sector. Now this is a long sweeper already. Another transition to touch and go 7, and he takes it, and yes, once again, the same mistake. We saw it previously, but maybe now he is not that deep outside, but nevertheless, the wheels were outside. He managed to get back, but the penalty will definitely be given. Here, he almost got in the no-go zone. It was a near miss, and this weird swinging, it was not a three-wheel drifting, it was something dangerous. Why the rear suspension is behaving so strangely, well, I have no clue. I think I will ask the team about it during the lunch break, but we don't have that many cameras to see it. Some things are still discreet, but you know, such work of the suspension destabilizes the car and it gets less controllable. This is a very challenging thing for the driver, because the contact spot is also changing and it can make the reaction of the vehicle very unpredictable. All these factors don't make it any more comfortable for the driver. Sometimes they may feel that the car is uncontrollable at all, and this is a very, very big challenge for every racer. But still, you know, a racer is a person who doesn't only steer and press the pedals. He can also give some feedback, and in between the qualifying attempts you can do something. You may not change the shock absorber in 10 minutes, but you may set something up, or maybe somehow change your approach, or maybe just taking something into considerations. But I think this is more than something hydraulic. This is something bigger than that, because you can see how jelly-like that suspension is. It is too movable. It looks super strange, and moreover, we've been there so many times. We've seen soft suspensions, we've seen super soft suspension, we've seen super stiff suspensions. At first everyone said it has to be hard, it has to be stiff. Then everyone said no, we've got to do it differently. And as a result, all these extremities have been passed. We've accumulated enough engineering knowledge. Oh, it's minus 6.5 for the angle in the first sector alone, and minus 5 for the two wheels. It looks really tragic. Also -3 for the missed touch and go 8. Yeah. Not very good at all. So this makes a total of 74.5. It looks like Anatoly Kizin is under big threat. All he can do is just observe others and hope for the best, and hope that these 76 points are enough for him to get into top 32. But who's got to improve it 100% is Grigory Burlutsky, representing Carville Racing. A driver from St. Petersburg, F22, another F22, one of the three. And now here the light goes green and Grigory Burlutsky is running into this sweeper. Yes, this time he looks more careful in the run-in. And here you've got to go full throttle and let it go. And now he makes the initiation. There is a smoke, but there is also a correction, and even more than one. And here there is a transition. And this is the time for the double transition. Another one. It looks like there is some special rhythm about it. But generally, I would say that he made many less mistakes than he did in the first one. And now what we're gonna do is just watch the replay and get into the waiting mode. Now you can see how much stiffer the suspension is now, and perhaps it was done in between the runs to make it more comfortable for the driver. And what's very curious, there is not so much smoke, even though the engine is pretty powerful. I mean, it should be enough for him to spin those wheels no matter what. What is even more interesting, Grigory Burlutsky is one of the few who has got petrol, not alcohol. So this is very old-fashioned thing, 102 octane. And so it was decided not to switch the car for alcohol. This was the decision of the team, but it's still okay, and it looks like Grigory feels quite comfortable. But with alcohol, it feels slightly safer because it has more detonation resistance. But you need more of it, at least 40% more. The consumption is greater, but there are so many advantages, and also the temperature is less, and the turbocharger spool is better. But well, usually the alcohol is better for the general power. But, well, every driver can make his own decisions. It's up to anyone. But as a result, anyway, you've got to proactively change the pump and work a lot with the fueling system, because alcohol dries the system. There is corrosion. It corrodes the system, because petrol has a little bit of some lubrication properties that can help the pumps survive longer. Alcohol is harder. Petrol is called an aromatic compound, which means that it has some oils in it. Of course, about the aroma, it's a very arguable question. But as I studied the graphics of Grigory Burlutsky, I could see that he had a great speed loss in the middle of the sweeper. Then he corrected it in a way, but still there was some speed loss, even though it doesn't have to be. It has to be either stable, it has to be growing. Honestly speaking, I didn't see anyone increasing the speed in the sweeper. If anyone does it, I will definitely let you know. But it's not as bad as it looked in the first run. You know, it's only -4 for the wheels, for the line, instead of 26, as you remember. Now he's got 26 for the line, 28.5 for the angle, and 26.5 for the style, which makes a total of 81. And now it looks absolutely different. Now he's 6th in the rating. This is already something. He's still in danger. We've got two drivers with a result of 81. And this is the second one, Daniil Skorobogatov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. But Daniil Skorobogatov can turn this 81 into something better. Let's see whether he can succeed in it. Of course, I hope he does. And now the E92 with Daniil Skorobogatov on board is running to this curve, which is a stabilization zone. And then full throttle, and here we go. initiation, and of course he had to go full throttle slightly earlier and then on brake. One will really wanted to go outside, but Danilo Skarabagata didn't let it go. Then a long sweeper, and he is doing a transition, touch and go 7. He remains within the track, but here he doesn't, and we will study it better in the replay. It would have been a very severe mistake if it was a tandem run, but now let's see. Let's see what the judges can find there. It does look like an unchasable run in the third sector. It was really close to a catastrophe, I mean, within the framework of this attempt. Danilo Skarabagatov has an interesting drifting life. He started on board Lada in the winter drifting, and then he had a chance to join Fail Crew team on board a Toyota Supra. It was, I think, and then he even drove a flanker, and he got to the podium immediately. It was in Krasnoyarsk. It was the year 2021, with all the international elite came to our series. He competed with James Dean, and he turned out to be stronger. Then there was a Sylvia, of course, and now this is an E9, and then a Supra. Was there a Supra? Yes, when he was in time up, he had a Supra, and now it's an E92. So Danilo Skarabagatov has tried it all. He has tried all possible kinds of cars. Could be probably compared to Grigory Gusev in a way. It looks like two Grigory Gusev's cars in the same frame. I always think of Grigory Gusev when I see this car. It would also be interesting if we compare two different drivers. Two different drivers in the qualifying run to compare and see who is better. If they have a similar, if you have an equal score, we could probably see them at the same time to compare and to decide. Okay, anyway, let's take a look at the parameters. What style is, just to make it simple. Style is the skill of manipulating the brake and the throttle pedals. Now the judges are discussing whether this run can be scored at all, because the speed was fluctuating too much. 53 kilometers per hour is too slow. Even when it's a little more than 60, it doesn't really look optimistic, but 53 is too much. Also, the angle was 86. Not a backward, but quite close to that. You could see that Danilo Skarabagatov turned the steering wheel to the maximum. At the same time, he pressed the clutch. That is the only way of preventing a spin. It's good he's got the wise fab, because when you're on the edge, pressing the clutch is the only way. Oh, look, he lost all the score. Almost all the score in the third sector. And the same for the angle. 9 is deducted, 3 is left. Okay, so this is not an improvement. No improvement, obviously. So he's got 81 points as the final result. The second was still better than Grigory Burlutsky, who had 53, which means that Danilo Skarabagatov is better than Grigory Burlutsky in the rating, which can be probably very important. Grigory Gusev decided not to take his familiarization run before the second. Grigory Gusev is from Nakhodka, and he's always wanted to be a member of Lukoil Racing Drift Team, and his dream came true. So finally the light goes green. Supra A90 is running on the almost 300 meters of run in, and then the scored section of the track begins. Here is the initiation. Very, very beautiful and dramatic. A little three-wheel drifting. This is what we love through Touch and Go 1 and 2. I think you also got Touch and Go 3. And then finally, the long curve far from the spectator stands, and the last third sector. Here you can see the Supra squatting on the rear axle as it moves uphill towards the finishing line. Look at the lights of the car. They are hidden to the maximum. Well, they are almost absent there because in the classical understanding. I noticed how sensitive this car to the actions of its driver. Even the slightest steering move or maybe any inaccurate pedaling causes lots of micro changes in the angle. It looks like the Supra looks a little nervous. It looks very sensitive, and I'm sure that it's not very good for the driver. I also know that the longer the car, the more reluctant it is to react to any actions of the driver, and therefore all this is new to Grigory Gusev, but the configuration is more or less understandable for him. A wide fab, a 2JZ GTE, just like on the E92 that he had, but now the rear wheels are slightly closer to the front wheels and everything is changed. And also the seating, the driver's seat is different. Here in the Supra, the driver is sitting almost on the rear wheel. He's seated pretty deep, and also Grigory Gusev is quite a tall guy, so he doesn't see the milestones on the track very well because the hood is pretty long. It's not record-breakingly long. There are some longer ones, and we will see one of those very soon. But this classic coupe seat also changes a lot. Because on a stock car, there is not the Tottenham feeling that you are sitting on the rear axle, but I think it's about the weight balance. Maybe the mechanics are trying to shift the engine into the closer to the wheels, and it's allowed by the regulations, and all shifts the driver's seat deeper into the cockpit. The cockpit of a racing car is different from a civic car. Apart from the arms and the stands of the car, there are also that safety carcass, that safety frame, and this combination from some certain angles can close a lot for the driver. The driver may not see some things as he drives. And here comes a question, how the milestones are located on certain tracks, because sometimes the drifting angle can be so deep that the driver just cannot see where he's going. Andreas Stapov had a problem. He shifted his seat deeper into the cockpit, but okay, I will tell you about it later. The major part of the penalties is for the angle. All these super small corrections, they all matter. The style was pretty good, but it's -8 for the angle, and it makes a total of 88, which is worse than the first run, and that's very sad because this driver has a great potential. In the last curve, the speed was very weird. First it was growing, then it fell back, and then there was a correction. The judges didn't really like it, and neither did I. So once again, returning to Andrei Astapov. He was sitting in the middle. He didn't see anything on the left. Okay, here is Dmitry Sherbin and his Toyota Mark II on the track, number 100. And his first run wasn't the best ever. Not very optimistic result, 77 points. It's time to improve it. And now here is a transition number 1. He collects touch and go 1 and 2, and here's another transition. Here he goes and goes and goes to the long sweeper. Here to touch and go 7, and he jumps to the deceleration zone, and he opens very early, and he misses touch and go 9 and touch and go 10 as well. And he has lost 8 points alone for the line alone. Well, yeah, that is sad. This is a sad movement vector. So the car shifts into the middle, and there it stays. And no matter what he does, he presses the foot brake, trying to push the car into touch and go 10. But the car says, "No, sorry, dude, it doesn't work this way." It's also very interesting that during the practice session, we were sitting with Sergei Sako at the spectator stands, and Dmitry Sherbina sometimes showed some very exciting chase runs, and Sergei would look at me and say, "Look, this guy is from my team." But, well, it is very hard to get to the finish. It's very hard to show the best that you can, to show everyone what you can do as a chaser and as a leader. But this far, the 77 points don't look as a good statement. It now all depends on the great random, but empirically, just empirically, with a score below 80, you have very little chance. Even though at Agora, when we had that crazy qualifying, we had a threshold of 78 points. But, well, Dmitry Sherebina has got 77, so it still wouldn't be enough. 80, I would say that 80 is usually a threshold, and now Dmitry Sherebina had 77. And if he has -8 for the line, this is a very serious deduction. And you know, every deduction, it makes it all build up, because the line deduction never comes alone. And Mikhail Davidians will definitely deduct something. You can see it even from this drone that the angle is very small, and there was also a correction. He didn't only miss the touch and go, he made a correction, and the angle wasn't really big as it's supposed to be according to the assignment, which is also pretty significant. All right, so now let's check it out. Yeah, -8 for the line. For the angle, it's -7 and -5.5 for the style. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to see it all. But, well, is it an improvement? Is it an improvement no matter what? 22, 28, 29.5, and this is 79.5. Yes, so if we imagine that he didn't lose the 8 points for the line, and he could have relaxed already. But, well, not now. Not in this situation. All right, so we proceed to the next group. Here is group number 3, and its first contender, Artur Zelenyy, the second driver of Start Stars IMOL, on board a car nicknamed Hulk. Number 234, and he's a prize winner of RDS Open of this season. He has won 2 qualifyings on board an E92. He changed from flanker to the E92, and he had to do it. It was a forced shift. We will see where it takes him. Here, one wheel was outside the white line where he should better stick to the track. A very big correction at the exit from the sweeper to the transition. And then he loses a little bit of angle as he moves. So the Hulk shows some of its Hulk's character. Hulk brakes. He is moving. He's losing quite a lot of score. We see some three-wheel drifting, but here's its opposite. If Anatoly Kizin got on 3 wheels due to a very soft suspension, here it's vice versa. The rear suspension is very hard. The car is pretty tall. The clearance is quite big for a drifting car, of course, and also there is a foot braking, which actually broke the car outside the border because the rear axle was unloaded while it was supposed to be the main support for the car. The car had to sit on that rear axle, but as it gets unloaded, the grip is lost. You're supposed to enlarge your line, but he got so wide that one of the wheels slipped off from the track and he missed a clip, which costs you quite a lot. And the exit from the sweeper is very important for the further rhythm. If your exit is very narrow, then first of all you're making the chasing very difficult, and secondly you wouldn't make the double transition accurate enough, and you wouldn't be able to be accurate in the third sector. For Artur Zelenyy, this is the first time on this classic configuration at the Nring, because in the previous season when he joined us, the configuration was the opposite. It was RDS Europe, aka a RDS Open. We didn't have a classic configuration last year in none of the series. Last year it was reversed. So it's good. It's very good to have the classic configuration back. Even though Artur Zelenyy would probably disagree with me. He didn't do everything correctly. Also, he had to change his drift dynamics sensor, and it still didn't work. At least I don't see any data in my system. And I had information that Artur went to his team's garage to make it up. Hello, guys! It's so great to see you. I hope you are feeling great, that it's not too hot for you. And by the way, the guys who have umbrellas, this is a very universal thing. It can protect you both from the rain and from the sun. In Spanish language, there are two words for an umbrella if you use it for the sun and for the rain. Hello, guys. It's so nice to see you watching the qualifying, but whoa, that's too much. That's too much. He slipped away in a very expensive zone, and it's minus 12 for the wheels. So this is 10 for the line, 18.5 for the angle and 20 for the style. And it makes a total of 48.5. It looks like he's got to improve it somehow. Even Burlutsky shocked us with his 53, and here it's 84. The reigning champion, Artyom Shabanov from Time Up, and his Supra A80 Lucifera, and his first qualifying attempt. Artyom Shabanov broke in RDS GP last season, and he immediately won the series, became a champion, and now he's defending the title. And this way, this far, he's doing quite well. Oh wow, look, he's so strong. It almost spinned around. And I really love the initiation, very aggressive. Now here comes a long sweep from touch and go 4 to touch and go 6. And here is touch and go 7, another transition to the deceleration zone. And this is the time to press it, and Artyom Shabanov does it very right. Collects touch and go 10. You could tell it from the dynamics. Well, a champion is always a champion. But regardless of all of his trophies and decorations, I remind you that Artyom Shabanov still hasn't won a single qualifying in our series. He was very close at Igora Drive, but there he was still passed by Roman Tivadar by half a point. But Artyom was the first, and the track was very wet, and he had a result of 98 from the first attempt. And when we spoke to Artyom later, he said, well, I don't know. I just don't know what I could have done to win that qualifying. The system shows some correction after the initiation. Let's check it out. Do we see it on the replay? Yes, it was there. It's hardly visible, but he was very close to a backward. 81 degrees at the initiation. At some point, I even thought that the car would spin around on its own, but no, Artyom Shabanov is not the kind of guy who would let it happen. At the initiation, he fixed his angle, and then the front axle slightly slipped off, and it's normal because when the initiations are that aggressive, you cannot always catch your car correctly with the throttle to push it forward. When you get from sliding to full throttle run, your front axle may slightly drift away, and it makes a tiny correction that you hardly see on the camera, but it's pretty visible when you look at it from the judges' tower. The judges are sitting very high. First of all, the tower is very high, and the initiation is very close to the tower. And now we are looking at the third sector. There were some strange things happening with the angle. Even from this angle, you don't see it very well. I don't even know what to believe, because drift dynamics shows that the angle was gradually decreasing from 74 to 47 degrees. So it remained middle. Near the finish, you can reduce the angle, so it's okay. Oh, wow, look at that. This is Roman Tivadar. It's interesting that the drivers who were the first and the second in the previous qualifying are now also next to each other, but in the opposite order. First comes Artyom Shabanov, who was second at Igora Drive, and the next one is Roman Tivadar, who was the winner, and it was his third qualifying victory. Oh, wow. That was tough. That was very tough, but this is the initiation with the correction. But nevertheless, All the rest was clear. All the rest was absolutely correct, as you see. But still, this is 94 points. We've got a new qualifying leader. This is Artyom Shabanov. Just make some corrections, make some improvements in the initiation process. He just shouldn't strive for those crazy angles. But maybe he didn't really mean to. I am sure that he knows what to do. And the speed was 130, not too high. Roman Tivadar from Takayama forward auto, and he is forward racing S15 with a custom front suspension. Roman Tivadar, who offended Artyom Shabanov at the previous event, one of the leaders of the personal rating this season. He's got a very good start, but unfortunately we cannot say it about the first sector, unfortunately. Not that successful, but it's already in the past. But now, together with Roman, we are running through the big sweeper to the double transition. Here it is, touch and go 7, then the last transition to touch and go 8, and through touch and go 9. Roman is starting his uphill ascension towards the finishing line. Yes, very beautiful line in the third sector, I would tell you. Here, even regardless that one wheel that was hanging in the air as he crossed that line, the car was like, oh, no, not here, but it's -6. -6 is -6. But I'm sure that Roman Tivadar can learn his lesson, and his spotters and his spotter Igor Azolin will tell him what to do and how to prevent this mistake from happening again. And I'm sure that such a racer as Roman Tivadar can correct it. It is all coming from the initiation moment. There, the drivers have to build their line as the circuit racers do with the late apex. I also noticed that the front fenders are now new. They're wider than they used to be. Perhaps they are intended to hide that new suspension. And I remind you that the team, Takayama Forward Auto, designed their own custom multi-arm suspension for the S chassis, which is Nissan Silvia. And this is the suspension that is now installed on Roman Tivadar's car. It is now, they used to have 3 unified cars, at least in terms of the suspension. Now they're all different. Piotr Borodin is using a Weissfab 3. Roman Tivadar has got this custom suspension, and Timofey Dobrovolsky still sticks to classic solutions. He prefers N1 and Part Shop Max clutches, and this far he is quite happy with what he has got. Well, the drone is working perfectly. We just saw everything in the last sector. As far as the assignment is concerned, there is a problem in the sweeper because the angle has to be medium. It was less than the medium, unfortunately, and it will be definitely penalized, which we don't want to see, but unfortunately it always works this way. This is how the competition works. Are they using it to protect themselves from the wind or to lie down, or maybe for both? All right, so these are the -6 for the line. Yeah, I can see. And -2 for the sweeper in the second sector. So everything is clear. Everything is clear. I understand it all. So now they will do the follow-up works. 24, 29.5 and 32 out of 35 for the style, which makes a total of 85.5. I know that Roman can do it better, and he understands it all just as well as we do. I'm sure we will see it. Just imagine that the 6 points are back and it would be 91. But, well, no one's gonna give him back. He's got to get it back on his own. Nikita Shikov. The previous event was his 90th, but he failed to qualify. He will do his best right now. Number 90, Supra A90, nicknamed the Thunderstorm, Graza. He is running to the initiation zone. This is the time to spin the car around in the Furidashi dance and then to go to the first transition, to touch and go 2 and 3. Now another transition, which is slightly smoother, just as correct. The angle has to be fixed. We'll check it out, how well he succeeds in it. And he almost loses one wheel outside. And now Nikita Shikov is sliding sideways to touch and go 10 towards the finishing line. And I would say that he does it pretty well. The rhythm was good. I could tell what is happening with the track borders in the double transition. Yeah. So here I would tell that the speed was quite well fixed. It was slightly fluctuating, and in the drift dynamics graph we will see it better. And what is happening with the speed? And since we're looking at the suspensions, then Nikita is a style lover. He's got a super low car, plus the body kit, the front splitter that is always touching the ground. So he is making some special sounds, effects. And generally, the car is not very responsive. But you can see that the car is also squatting on the at the initiation moment as the driver presses the throttle. You can tell that the wheel is getting deeper and deeper into the arc. But it is... You don't have to really look carefully to see. It's very well visible. The initiation was 65 degrees at a speed of 138, but there was a correction. It was a correction by 20 degrees. That is pretty serious. And in the sweeper, the speed fell by 10 kilometers per hour, while it has to be the same or to grow. Not that good. Also, there were some angle corrections, but will be definitely noticed by our angle judge. So please don't be surprised. The run looked pretty well. It looked pretty lean, but it may not be a 90 plus. Here's another important thing. Why the assignment is so strict and why the judges are so merciless. The average level of our drivers is very high, and therefore if you don't make up something special in the assignment, it would be just too simple. It would be just too easy for everyone. It would be just impossible to see who is better or who is worse, who deserves. Oh, we've got some creative posters. Oh, wow, look at this memory. Something from the 2013 Arkady Zaregedzev, George Juan. It was even before RDC. The Japanese had problems pronouncing the last names, and from that on, the Japanese started calling Georgy Chevchan and Arkady Tsarigradzev Gocha and Arkasha, because Tsarigradzev last name is impossible for the Japanese colleagues to pronounce. Yeah, so it's -2, -2, -2.5. So some small deductions everywhere, and it makes a total of 87. -87. So 25% have been deducted from the angle score. In the general situation, this 87 doesn't really look like a catastrophe. Ivan Palmin, in the meanwhile, is coming out. He's a driver who was not very successful in St. Petersburg. He's from Carville Racing Team, on board his Toyota Supra. It was slightly wounded by Nikita Shikov. It was a fun situation. Ivan Palmin and his first qualifying run, and this is that torturing wait. With torturing waiting until he can finally open the throttle to do the Furidashi, working through touch and go number 1 and run towards the border between sectors 1 and 2. And this is the super long smoky sweeper with 3 clips with double transitions. This is how you do it. Here Ivan Palmin begins losing speed before the acceleration zone. This is not what you're supposed to do. And then touch and go 9 and 10 is taken and the finishing line is crossed. Here come the replays, our favorite part. Here comes a question. He was right on the edge. We need some alternative angles to see it all. Please notice how visually different the cars of Ivan Palmin and Nikita Shikov are. Even though Grigory Gusev, by the way, also is not identical to them. The cars are the same and they're wearing the same body kit, but the suspension settings are very different and they look differently. There is a very good language. Their moves are different. Their moving style is different, and this is a very prominent proof of the fact that all the drivers set their cars up differently. It's also about the ducktail shape. It's about the color. To look at Nikita Sheikov's car, for example, it makes an absolutely different impression how the color influences the general perception. But it is also about how the car body responds to the driver's actions. Just look how the car squats down, then puts its bonnet up, puts its hood up. Nikita also had the same thing, but Nikita Shikov has never liked articulated suspensions. His car have never been that movable, you know, it's never been so moving. Nikita prefers it to be more smooth, starting from his Altezza with the arcs lying on the wheels. But he likes style. Other drivers prefer functionality. Ivan Palmin generally did a good job, but I'm mostly interested in the first sector because it's very likely that there will be some deductions. Did the judges see it? I'm sure that they did, because from the tower they can see it all very well. Let's take a look at the score. It will make us understand. Wow, look at the line. The line was great. The third sector, yes, -2 for the angle, -3 for the style. It's -10, so it will be a 90. Perfect for the first attempt. Brilliant, simply brilliant. There is some weird tendency I can see. So many mistakes and so many low scores. We are not really used of this. So we thank Ivan Palmin for reminding us that such figures also exist. And this is a time for getting back, for saving himself. Artur Zelyony had a result of 48.5. This is almost a 0 in terms of the tournament perspectives. Artur Zelyony from Stayza Mall. Wow, his turning light is on. Why? Okay, so here he comes, Artur Zelyony, and his second run that will be it will decide it all. A correction, but he collects touch and go 1, but he makes the transition touch and go 2 and 3. Now it looks like the car is more obedient, even though there is still a lot of steering and there are some corrections in the long sweeper. Immediately the transition, then there is another one. I think one wheel was outside. You've got to hold on to it and take it to the finish. Also, he did it without crossing the border. I think that there was an improvement. Probably something was wrong with the car in the first attempt. Maybe wrong pressure or maybe underheating, which is also possible. As we watch the replay, we will see if the wheel was still on the line or it was out, because if even one wheel is in the no-go zone, he returns it back right before touch and go 10, so he takes it. This is a very illustrative movement because the driver doesn't really see it all. The driver can only use his own intuition and some outside milestones. The driver can feel that he's crossing the line because the nose of the car is going too deep into the turns, but the no-go zone is drawn on the asphalt. You don't see it very well, and there is nothing in the behavior of your car that you can tell. If you're crossing the border, like I mean physical border of the track, you can feel it, but here it's just a line. So all you can use is your own intuition and some outside milestones, some outside signs. It looks like the car is more balanced, more relaxed, more obedient. Maybe something has been done to the suspension, because some drivers sometimes just create some more comfortable conditions. So they increase the pressure in the tires, or they can make the suspension slightly harder so that it doesn't really so it drifts well. Drifting is about looking for the grip, but the car needs to remain driftable, you know? What Artur just did, he just got a 2 points deductions, and then he got 2 more points back, so he managed to compensate for that penalization. Of course, doing it without penalties would have been better, but well, anyway, he manages to correct the situation. This is a very rare case where, regardless of a line mistake, he manages to get the last clip. He will do have some deductions, that is inevitable, but anyway, I think that he has saved himself. Go Shabanov, it says. Well, why not? Great. Someone is for an OMT, but who? Who for? I don't know. Okay, it's -4 for the wheels. We could see it all. It was all in the third sector. -12 for the angle, -7 for the style. But, well, this is still much better than the first attempt. And this is a total of 77. This is a very popular number. And he is now ahead of Anatoly Kizin. Takes the 14th line out of 15 drivers. And in the meanwhile, we welcome Artyom Shabanov, the leader of the qualifying, the defending champion of RDS GP, on board his Supra A80. Artyom Shabanov. Artyom Shabanov showed us a super good first attempt, even though he made a prominent mistake at the beginning. Let's see what he can do now. Just the furidashi that has to be handled, for example, this way, and looks like he managed to do it without a correction. Then transition number 1, 2 touch and goes, and then he is now already on the border between the 2 sectors. He runs through this long sweeper, and now finally he does the double transition to touch and go 7, which he does. A little handbrake pull, and then he makes a big jump to the finish to touch and go 10. So, would there be an improvement? We will see it right now. It looks like there could be. Yes, he's sliding right on the edge of the no-go zone. And here you can tell that when Artyom Shabanov has got a proper tool, he knows what to do with it. And his runs are incredibly beautiful. You know, we are all aspiring for something special. 81 degrees at the initiation is too much. 68 is just enough. This is what we've been speaking about. You don't really need anything more than 65, like 65, 67, all right. Also, take a look at touch and go 8 and 9, what Artyom Shabanov did there. He didn't throw his car, he didn't toss it, but he carefully turned it around, and then he left this technically hard spot. Toyota Supra at this event is the most popular vehicle among our contenders. We've got 8 of A Supras and 3 A90s. Altogether, we've got 11 Supras of different generations. And it's interesting that the Toyota is the most popular car brand in this series. We thought that all the Toyotas have been in the museum. The GT86 has never became really popular. And now we've got the renaissance into such a misty past. Many people used to love Supra. It's an iconic vehicle, but it's a little surprising because Felix Chepakharyan in 2012 on board his A80 won the championship. Or was it 2011? I'm not sure. Okay, 2011. But no one still paid attention to it. But then suddenly, but maybe, no, there were very few box solutions. The wife's fob back then was a thing for the rich. And not all of the drivers were rich that much. Only the rich could use Supras and custom solutions. Okay, and this is the result, and there is an improvement. This is, you could tell from the graphics that it would not be a 100, but this is a 98. 98. And now the main thing is that no one gets 98.5. Whether it's dry, whether it's wet, Artyom Shabanov can always show you a 98-point run. Roman Tivadaras preparing for his second run, forward racing S15, Takayama forward order team. This is the driver who took the first place away from Artyom Shabanov in St. Petersburg. Can he do it once again? If he does it 2 times in a row, it would be super exciting, especially if he does it by half a point as he did in St. Petersburg. Roman Tivadar on his S15. And this is the run in, and here we go. Initiation, and immediately Roman Tivadar steps on the throttle pedal without any violations. He goes through touch and go number 1, running into the second sector to take all the 3 clips on the super long sweeper, exactly on the white line. And then transition number 1, transition number 2, and then through touch and go 8 and 9. I guess there was a slight throttle hesitation, but nevertheless, confidently enough, collecting touch and go 9 and 10, he finishes the run. I think Roman just wrote everything down, what he did wrong, and now he used it as a checklist. Yes, check, check, check. Amazing. Super cool job. It looks like the team has found some flawless settings for the car, because now I just watched Roman and he did exactly what he had to do, something you wouldn't really expect. What was especially surprising for me was the double transition. All of his wheels stayed within the track, because vector-wise it looked a little bit scary to me, but then he made a transition to a small angle, pressed the throttle, pushed away from that, and it looks like forward racing knows laws of physics, or maybe it is much lighter than the other vehicles. This is an interesting effect. Just visually, it's hard to tell. It's hard to say what the speed was like, but what was wrong out there was the sweeper. This is something you don't really see with your naked eye, but unfortunately the angle was too little. It was 40-41 instead of medium, and medium is over 45. And the speed was not very bad, but generally it was, not high enough, even though we are used to thinking of Roman Tivadar as of a fast driver. Here you can believe that the angle was too little if you look at this run from above. At first I thought that the angle was medium, and then he reduced it towards touch and go 6, but no, the angle was stable, which exactly was the thing that created that impression that everything was nice and smooth. The angle has to be stable, but it has to be bigger according to the judge's assignment, and it didn't happen. But we will see what Mikhail Davidian says about it. But I guess that now Artyom Shabanov is not under threat of any kind. I don't think Roman Tivadar gets 98 or above for this run, but well, let's wait and see. Wait and see. The second sector is, the entire second sector is quite a serious mistake out there. Yeah, this is not a 98. Yeah, all the information is here. -2. Yes, only -1 for the angle, by the way, because it was stable, because there were no corrections. Accepted. I see. Because stability is what matters. Even if you make a mistake, it has to be stable. It's like having one wheel outside. If you have one wheel outside, keep it outside throughout the sweeper instead of going here and back. And this is 92. He's second at the moment. All right, so Roman can feel absolutely safe. And he is ahead of Andrei Astapov, thanks to this result, because Astapov had 82 for the second run, and Roman had 85.5. Nikita Shikov, I think that the 87 points would be enough for him to qualify, and now still he has a chance to make an improvement and enter the 90-plus club. Why not? He speeds up and does the Furidashi. Wow. But unfortunately outside the track borders. Then transition number 1, and where are you going? Come on. I think at least 1 or 2 wheels, even 1 wheel outside would be too expensive. But well, finally Nikita Shikov brings it back to normal. He performs the double transition, open it out again, but the Super doesn't want to stay within the track. So much energy that takes it to some wrong places. Too many deductions. Oh, come on. Yeah, you see this. 1 wheel outside. This is already -5, and also there is a huge angle with a speed loss I don't know why it was done. Perhaps he wanted to surprise the judges. Well, he did surprise them, but not in a positive way. And also here, it would be a -2. And this is the line alone. And you know that the line reduction never comes alone. So, engine-wise, the most popular engine in our championship is 2JZ GTE. Who would think it would? In different variations, there is 1.5 JZ, but the global differences are not that many. There are 36 engines. So we had 35, now it's 36 out of 39. And it looks like this holy grail, the perfect engine, has been found. There are lots of solutions. There is understanding how to set up these engines to keep them efficient. So, yeah, so now our mechanics what to do. Finally, they learned. All the bugs have been removed, but still lots of engines break here at the Nring. I don't know why. Sometimes it's super hot. Sometimes it's quite cool here. No matter what, the engines fall, the engines break. Why so? Because I thought that many things have been left in the past, but no, we're back to the Nring, and once again the engines begin dying one after another. But we've got to point it out that even though the engines die, they die in different ways. Because if previously those were some explosions, now this is a broken block because the load is excessive, or it can be like Denis had a very exotic thing. It was a piece of a crankshaft that fell out. The engine still remained intact, but it was a part that is outside the engine fell out. Danilo Vorobyov had also a problem with the shaft, which is also pretty exotic these days. Or maybe this is all because of the standard lubrication system. Oh, hello, guys. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, give yourself a big round of applause. You are sunbathing. They must feel great. Ivan Palmin will be the next, but now we're waiting for the results of Nikita Shikov. We've got -14 for the wheels alone, -6 more for the missed touch and goes, which is -20 for the line. So 10 remain. -7 for the angle in the first sector. Okay, 10, 24.5, 26.5, and makes a total of 61. Yeah. Well, it's good that the first one was 87. So Nikita Shikov is now on the 9th place. Ivan Palmin on board his Supra A90 is coming out. Okay, so Ivan Palmin is coming out. He is beginning. He represents St. Petersburg, Kavil Racing Team, and he's coming out on his second qualifying run. And this is this long sweeper. Now it's over, and the happiness called drifting begins. Ivan Palmin is on the border of this penalty for touch and go 1. He makes another transition, and yes, he widens out the line at the right moment without any visible corrections. He works to touch and go 7, and then he dives into touch and go 8, touch and go 9. Oh, yes, and this is how he ruins it all with the last turn. Why did he do it? Maybe he wanted to do something special once again. Well, he did do something special, but it worked in the opposite way. Because he's got 90 points and he wanted to make some improvement. But, you know, when you try to do something better, it often ruins everything you had done before. Your striving for the best can take you to the opposite direction. This front bumper, which is outstanding in many ways, doesn't really let us see where the front wheel was. We know where it has to be, but where was it in fact? That's a big question. It looked like the previous run. Some centimeters can decide it all, whether it is a -6 or it is not. But in the aftermath, the second run matters a lot. I can tell you that it wouldn't be an improvement. because at least here he let the throttle go. Ivan Palmin completely ruined his aspiration for 90 plus with the third sector performance, because he released the throttle, then he made a correction, he got in the no-go zone, and I guess he didn't get back to the track before touch and go 10, so touch and go 10 is also questionable. So one bad move and it is all ruined, and you start having very serious problems. Yes, touch and go 10 wouldn't be taken into account, so it is -6 for the beginning, -6 for the end. It is called rondo in music and in poetry as well. Oh, all right, so there is no improvement whatsoever. This season in RDS GP will also be like a rondo, because for the first time in history it will start in Moscow and finish in Moscow, and we hope that we will have this suspense hanging up in the air until the end of the season, not like it was last season. And here I address it to Artyom Shabanov. We love stability, of course, but we don't like when the entire season turns into one driver's gala. Okay, so this is -4 for the first touch and go, -4 for the wheels. Maybe it was Artur Zeleny's recipe when he got out and he back again. And this is 78 only. And therefore the final score is 90. So he remains on the 6th line of the rating. At the next one is Alexander Abramov from Predator Drift Team, the founder of the team representing St. Petersburg. We've got 2 teams from St. Petersburg, which is not very common. A Viper, a super long Viper, and Alexander Abramov driving this monster. This is time to do a squad run. Look at this. Ducktail has got to be pressing the rear axle into the ground. Let's take a look how it works on replay. Now this is the long sweeper, and once again the Viper cannot hold on to the borders. He takes touch and go 7, but here once again I've got questions about the track borders. Another wheel outside, he's got to get back and work to touch and go 10. Alexander Abramov is back on time. The attentive viewers must have read the number 1,680 horsepower. Of course, Alexander Abramov doesn't use the entire power. It was the bench power taken during the bench test. Of course, he doesn't use all of these horsepower. That was the maximum power that the car can develop. It's about 800 or 900, which is enough. He's got 2 turbochargers, and 62 is the millimeters of the cold section wheeler, and therefore, in order to get that little power, because 800 is too little for this engine, the turbocharging pressure is not very hard. Also, the manifolds are not completely opened. The driver presses pedal to the metal, and the manifold opened by like 30 or 40%. And this is the only way to keep it working. There have been too many mistakes on the way. There will be lots of deductions. Also in the double penalty zone, where 1 wheel goes to 5 points. Also 2 wheels at the finish. Not here, but here I guess there was. Yes, we will see it now. Yes, here it is. And then the second wheel joins the first. In the general view, in the zoom out, I noticed one important detail. A cloud has come, a shadow, and I guess it became slightly cooler, and the asphalt cools down very fast, especially if it's windy. Let us not forget that Alexander Abramov has the heaviest car in our series. Without the driver, it weighs 1,280 kilos. With the driver, it's about 1,370. Because the driver is weighed with the entire gear, with the helmet, with the hands and everything. So why I'm saying all that? Because first of all, the grip is now worse, and secondly, the inertia, the merciless witch. Here you can see how deeply the wheel is pressed into the arc. The suspension is very soft, but there is no resonance. If anyone asks where the rear mirrors are, there are none, okay? There's just none. High tech, my friends. I wonder why no one has ever put a camera on the roof. Because, well, even though it could be possible, Roman Tivadar has got it, I guess, or not. All right, -8. It's good to be mistaken in this way. It's 22, 28, 22.5. Not as tragic as it looked at first, but still it's 75.5. It looks pretty dangerous. It's like, yeah. This is my feeling after the first run. Alexander has got to do something with it. Denis Migal is coming next. Denis Migal has just got a fresh engine for the first time in 10 events. And this time, he's got a fresh one. Fresh Racing is a defending champion among the teams. Denis Migal is the inspirer and the founder of the team and also a driver of the team. The A80 doesn't feel like spinning during the Furidash. Denis will be definitely penalized for that. And now on our agenda, here comes a long sweeper laden with 3 touch and goes. He takes number 6, makes the transition touch and go 7. Now another one into touch and go 8. And now he climbs uphill along the no-go zone, working out through touch and go number 10. So generally my impression is pretty good, except for this weird initiation. But well, whatever happened, happened. You can tell that the Supras and different body kits and look very differently. We've got 8 Supras. They belong to different teams, and so the body kits are different. But first of all, technically speaking, these cars are almost Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. Not as far as the components are concerned, but also as far as the basic settings are concerned. Because first of all, Tatsuya Hibino once found the key to the Weissfab Supra settings, and this is the algorithm that has been used ever since. Many drivers use it. I won't reveal you all the secrets, but the fact is, the basic settings of how to operate a Supra A80 are now commonly known. Maybe this is the reason why this platform has become that popular. For the first time in the 10 events, Denis Migal has got a fresh engine. This is not really so, because the car has just been built. This is a new one, but the Fresh Racing team hasn't changed a single engine in the last 10 events, and finally it happened. But you've got to understand that the character, the nature of the technical failures can be different. Sometimes you can just fix it. Sometimes you have to replace the entire engine. Sometimes it can be only one part that goes off, and this engine can survive. It can be reinstalled. The arcs look fried because the wheels touch these arcs a lot. The last sector was pretty slow. The entrance into the deceleration zone was only 111, even though the average speed is about 115. We will see what the judges say. There were some corrections in the sweeper. It has all been registered by the Drift Dynamic Systems, so we will see it all in figures very soon. Here comes Ilya Fyodorov preparing for his first attempt. 4-time win of RDS East. And the driver who is still preaching the concept of low power engines. Oh yes, angle is painful. It's painful to look at. The style is 30, okay, 29 for the style. The maximum for the angle and the style is 35 points. So let's sum it all up and see the total score. This is the result, 81. For Denis Migal in his first qualifying run. That's a little too little to feel secure. Of course, everyone wants to get to top 32, and everyone wants to get into the day of tomorrow. Ilya Fedorov, 450 horsepower this far, but we are still waiting for the new engine together with Ilya. And we will see what he can do with this one, with the least powerful car in our series. Now Ilya is speeding up, and he's got to collect all touch and goes, and now here is a slow transition to touch and go 2. Now he collects touch and go 3, makes another transition, works through all the 3 clips. Oh, he was on the edge of touch and go 6, touch and go 7, and the final touch and go 8, 9. He shifts inwards, and 10. So I guess he's got the minimum he had to do. There is only question about touch and go 6. Once we have figured it out, we will see what he can aspire to. But the lower the speed, the more time you've got to build your line. Therefore, here I think I know what I can say about the figures. He's been at least 10 kilometers per hour slower than everyone. At least this is what I feel, my inner feeling. It's hard to say anything from this view. This is not the slowest initiation ever, 130. Then it's like 80 something, where someone can show 90 plus. Yes, he's slower than others, but it's not as catastrophic as we thought. And what he really needs is the uphill climb. Ilya has got a lack of speed, but it didn't really fall as well. So speaking about the entrance into the deceleration zone, there the speed was around 109. Denis Migal had 111, and his car's potential is much higher. We completely agree. So in the circumstances where Ilya is, he manages to do a lot. Sacrificing a little bit of the angle, especially in the sweeper, it was very evident. But nevertheless, if you have to sacrifice something, I think the first thing you would is the angle. And it wasn't medium, it was small, but at the same time it was stable enough. There were some micro corrections that I see, but I wouldn't tell that they are critical. And the initiation into 50 degrees. This is also medium, not big as it's supposed to be. So there are lots of compromises spread around the entire run, and of course it will make an impact on the score. It cannot be done any other way, because the car's potential is the car's potential, but giving a high score for a slow run would be a crime against drifting in general. Also, this is sequential subsonus. Ilya Fedorov was one of the first Russian drifters to get it. He got it in 2012 or 2013. And this transmission is the basic element in the car. Lots of cars of Ilya Fedorov have been built around this transmission. And this SX is not an exception. We are still waiting for the score of Ilya. In the meanwhile, we are looking at the car of Yevgeny Losev from Fresh Racing, who yesterday in his practice runs made us very happy. And I guess Losev has even won some qualifying rounds here. Oh yeah, you can see that there are some serious angle penalizations. That is pretty expectable. But I'm repeating that the power is very low, and this would be inevitable. It makes a total of 70 only. Only 70, that is very low. It will be definitely not enough to make it to top 32. Yevgeny Losev has won qualifying rounds here at the Nring twice. He is one of the very few who has won qualifying rounds here, and he has been on the podium twice as well. Please notice that his Supra is right-handed. It can be both left-handed and right-handed. There have been some different Supra variations, American and Japanese, and so you can build any, whatever you want. Yevgeny Losev is speeding up towards the initiation, very aggressive here. And unfortunately, one wheel is still outside. And with some incredible way, he manages to fit his Supra into this little narrow corridor as he works through the long sweeper. One transition, second transition, a very high speed. And finally, this is the time for the uphill jump. And oh, this last curve, it looks like he misses touch and go 10. He wanted to show us a super high speed run, and he did, but this is where it took him. The speed was enormous. Let's wait for the diagrams. It was very hard for the car first to fall into the gravel trap, then to get back again. But still, this is a very illustrative run, because now we see why we love this platform so much. Because you can do such things only on board a Supra. This is the only one that allows you to do such crazy tricks at the same time, not spin around and not stop, not to zero the run down. But at the same time, once again, let us not forget that there is such a thing as an unchasable run. And the first transition, when the leader does things this way, the chaser has no chance at all. And at the initiation, the angle also creates a lot of problems for the chaser, because it's like a car is standing across the track, closing anything from there, and it's almost impossible to get out from that angle. The Supra can, but some other car may not. Yevgeny Losev remains loyal to himself. He says that he wants to show a super cool, spectacular run no matter what, but the judges do not always agree with him. They do not agree with this philosophy, because then the accuracy may be compromised. And accuracy is exceptionally important for the leader, because this is what makes the tandem run so spectacular and good. In one of the interviews, Yevgeny Losev said that you can make any run a 100 run, but you wouldn't enjoy it. You enjoy running on the edge. Yes, you risk it. Yes, you make mistakes, but this is the character of this guy. This is how he looks at the world. I really would like to see what happened with the angle at the moment of initiation, but unfortunately I didn't see it. He did the familiarization run, but as for the battle run, I don't really believe in the 70 degrees that the drift dynamics is showing me. Kirill Matskevich is here, and he will be the next. I remind you that we had a draw yesterday. It was held one day before the race, during the first briefing, where the judges' assignment was first presented. And I offer you to check out our Telegram channel, our social media. We always recommend you the Telegram channel, because unlike other media, on Telegram you can see everything in the right order. And so you won't have any spoilers, you won't get 1 month old posts. So if there are any changes in the timing or anything, you will get all the news in the Telegram channel. Moreover, we monitor all the comments in the Telegram channel. Our SMM service can give you an answer to your question immediately. So Telegram channel would be the best way of communicating with us. Yevgeny Losev gets -7 deduction for the angle at the initiation, -3.5 for the style, and some wheels outside. Yeah. And this is 22 for the line, so the total is 77.5. Come on. So everything started with a -7, but emotionally the charge was so strong. I really love it when you feel this passion. Here comes a representative of Belarus, Kirill Matskevich, who joined Time Up this year, and he changed from E92 to A80 to a Supra. So here we start, another driver of Time Up team. Artyom Shabanov is now the qualifying leader. Kirill Matskevich is the second. Will he keep company to Artyom on the top of the rating? We will see. For a very long while, he didn't press the throttle. Then he worked to touch and go 2, touch and go 3. Then he makes a transition. Looks like 2 wheels are outside the white line. And now he's coming back. transition to touch and go 7, and the final touch and go 7, touch and go 8. Now he's got to take touch and go 10, and he does, yes. Penalties again. Open the throttle. Opening the throttle too late will also bring its results. Yesterday he had a contact with Alexander Abramov, so now the Supra has got a slightly surprised look on its face. You don't see the right rear wheel very well, but where could it be if it's not outside? Yes, the curve is not as sharp as it's in the reverse configuration, where it feels like you've got two wheels outside while there's only one. But here in the sweeper, you would probably suspect that, but, well, I don't know. Maybe I was not as much mistaken as I thought I was. Alexander Abramov's score is corrected. -3 more points for 4 wheels outside. So where we thought there was 1 wheel, now there is 2. So he's got 72.5. That is sad, we don't like it, but generally it doesn't really change much in the life of Alexander Abramov. He still has to make it an 80+. But on the other hand, the justice has to triumph, because also the scores can be sometimes equal. Sometimes half a point can change it all. 3 points can change it even more. Of course, now Alexander Abramov has to do everything to improve his performance, so no matter how nice it feels to rest, resting is not something our drivers want to do this weekend. I thought there were some sparks, but no, this is just some light reflection. I really like these metallized elements in such weather. They look so beautiful. I really love the way the racing cars look under the sun. So aesthetic. Even though sometimes when it is flashing because of the light reflections, it makes me anxious, because sometimes there can be fires, and it all starts in Nizhny Novgorod usually. Not so long ago I read a story about a car being towed, and a car came on fire. Okay, so let's look at the adventures of Kirill Matskevich. He is for the wheels. Yes, -2 for the wheels, yeah. -6 for the style in the second sector once again. And why was it? Because when wheels are outside, it never comes alone. It also entails the speed loss and therefore a style violation. This is 83.5, which is already better than in St. Petersburg, where Kirill Matskevich failed to qualify. He was the only one in the health group who didn't qualify. I know there were 2. There was also Evgeny Spirin, who was left outside. And as we often say, this is a self-saving session for Alexander Abramov. His last chance, and his Viper. 72.5 is an unsatisfactory result, even though it was only first run. Now he's got to correct all of his critical mistakes, and now he's got to press the throttle pedal. And wow, I really like how the car is swinging. He's trying to keep it within the track, at least not to get lots of deductions for the first sectors. A correction before the transition to touch and go 7. Oh wow, he is pulling the handbrake so early. Let's see what Vladimir Safonov says about it. Alexander, in the meanwhile, is running to the finish, and generally it's leaner than it was in the first run, but I'm worried about touch and go 1. Ah, no, it's okay, it's okay. No more fears. No more fears. I really like the suspension settings here. After the first event, the Viper became taller. These all look like these pneumatic lowriders. But I can explain why this is hydraulics, but I think I will not. When we have time, we can do it. So where were we? I really like the settings of this car. After the first event, the car became visibly taller. And why so? This is, first of all, to bring the center of gravity higher, to make this weight shift to the wheels, so that when the car has a higher gravity center, the car can swing to the sides. Depending on where you turn, you can feel it on yourself. You can take a wooden stick and try to keep it on your fingertip, and then try to make the top of this wooden stick slightly heavier with a piece of clay, and you will feel how hard it is to keep it balanced. This is the effect. The taller is the car, the stronger is the effect. Even though there are several centimeters, we're dealing with a very heavy object. A car is heavy. So the major part of the car is, is heavy. It's over 1,000 kilos. It's also curious that the car can squat, but it doesn't press through the suspension, because it squats, but it springs back up and it stays stable afterwards. And this is about the shock absorbers that can respond differently on higher speeds and slower speeds. So it can ignore some little things and it can respond to bigger ones. The spring takes the heaviest duty of all, and the shock absorbers have got to make this process more controllable. So the damping function is why we have the shock absorbers for, especially such sophisticated ones. So whatever, you can call them in different ways, especially if you like playing with the language. But let us not do it. Let us not concentrate on linguistics while we can concentrate on the scores. Line-wise, it's much better. It is maximum 30 points. Angle-wise and style-wise, there are some deduction. Each of the judges took 8.5 points away. And now the final result would be like this: 30 for the line, 26.5 for the angle, and 26.5 for the style. So this is 83. He's 11th, and this is much better. So he can probably relax, even though I wouldn't hurry. He should better keep some air in his lungs, just in case. But, well, we can tell that Denis Migal is preparing for his second qualifying run. He's got 81 in his track record. He's the leader of Fresh Racing. And here he is coming to the initiation area. So the run in, the long one, and then he's coming out to the full throttle area. And the initiation, once again, he is very careful. He bumped his sides to leave the chat. -2 clips. I think the second and the third have been missed, and Denis is already in the long sweeper, leaving it through touch and go 6, makes the transition into 7, and then the last transition and the final curve, climbing 1.5 meters uphill to touch and go 10 towards the finish. Too many mistakes in the first sector, to my mind, and also the initiation is kind of his specialty. Initiation, not the best one, but he makes the same mistake over again. And the third touch and go, I've got a question, but recalling the speech of Stanislav Dolgich, it looks like it wouldn't be counted. It wouldn't, absolutely sure, no other options, and it would be 4 points. It would be 4 points. It's like missing the first one. But as a rule, if you're taking TG2, you're taking TG3. We've got an example of outstanding drivers who managed to take TG2 and missing TG3, or vice versa. But if you don't take the TG2 and TG3, you are going directly into the no-go zone. But if you are missing TG2 due to the wrong transition spot and you hit TG3, we have seen it several times today already. Well, it is hard to say anything he didn't have enough angle, I think. Also, the angle is 47, has to be over 55. In the sweeper, everything is okay with the angle. It was big at the entrance to the deceleration zone, and then, no, he didn't go back to the small. So there will be minimum question, but something strange was going on with the speed before the finish, and I don't think it would be good. In these slow-mo replays, we often feel the rear wheels and two braking supports, and it's okay. This is not some hyper-effective braking system, but the handbrake in the drifting vehicles has got a separate support not to interfere in the general braking system. Oh, wow, look at this poster, VQ, the rain cannon. I hope we won't see rain today. We totally don't want rain. The VQ is here, but the rain is not, and we are quite happy with it. Let the rain wash the other regions. I'm sure that there are places where people wait for it. Maybe in agriculture, it may be really desired. -2, -2, -4 for the line, -5 for the angle for the initiation, which is pretty logical concerning this serious lack of angle. And this makes a total of 82. There is a little improvement, nevertheless. What if he had +4? If he didn't make the line mistakes, then he could have relaxed completely, but no, he is now still close to the place where the battle usually unfolds. Everything is on the edge, so it can be anything. Ilya Fedorov is back to Khabarovsk. Ilya Fedorov is back to the track to do his second qualifying run. And this is the last qualifying run for him. And we will see what the outcome would be. At least he corrects one mistake. He can take touch and go 6. Look at this aggressive initiation. Wow. He understands that he's got to bring more speed in. Otherwise, he wouldn't get anything. He misses touch and go 3, but it's relatively cheap. And what else? He also misses touch and go 6, which means that we may not see any improvement. Also, almost outside. Just look at the speed out there. Even though this is the least powerful car of RDS GP, it brings in a lot of speed. And the reason for missing the touch and go is the handbrake. The handbrake that has been pulled. He shouldn't have. It was allowed to do a short handbrake stabilization, but hanging on it for such a long time to push the car in and then trying to push away from almost a standing car. No, this is not a good option. But at the same time, it looks like there have been more angle in the sweeper. If now the drift dynamic system shows us the diagrams, he really did. Now the angle is securely medium, even though some corrections did take place, and the correction also broke the line. From an almost correct line, it went absolutely wrong, and he missed touch and go 6. I remind you that this is an expensive clip. If the other ones would cost you 3 points or 2 points, touch and go 6 goes to 4. And I believe this is an important reason why we decided not to have OZs, long OZs, but separate touch and goes. Some people don't like it, and we have to mention every touch and go, but at the same time, it allows us to keep every checkpoint under control and to bring more adequacy into the entire process. Because entering the sweeper and exiting from the sweeper is much more important than what happens in the process. And for the chaser, the entrance and the exit also matter more. And the sweeper is designed in such a way that if you have entered it correctly, then missing touch and go 5 is almost impossible. Like, not completely impossible, because we've had the precedents, but you would make such a triangular line, you would have ruined the entire dynamics in such a way that your style score would be so painful. If you find yourself outside touch and go 5 after hitting touch and go 4, it would be impossible. You would just have on a straight line from one control point to another, going around touch and go 5. So this is why it is not so expensive. The sweeper from touch and go 4, touch and go 6 is 125 meters out of 650, which is the length of the entire scored section of the track. So 3 and 4 are the deductions for the entrance and the exit from the sweeper. There will be an improvement, not a very big one, but there will be. But we wanted something better. This is 74. We wanted something better. 74 is very doubtful. But Ilya Fedorov is still on the 20th line, where he used to be. And here comes Evgeny Losev, who had 77.5 for the first run. Also, a pretty disappointing result. He is now 17th, and now the driver of Fresh Racing has to do something with it. I'm sure that Evgeny Losev has analyzed everything, that he has understood where he overplayed with the commitment. And now he does the initiation, as usual. Very brave. Now this is much better. Now Evgeny Losev shows us that he's capable of keeping himself within the borders. 4, 5, and of course 6. Yes, he takes all the 3 clips, takes number 7, makes a transition. Very sharp 1. Cool stabilization. Wow. And now for touch and go 10, he is crossing the finishing line. It feels like he added a little drop of Damir into his performance. Like they took a little droplet of Damir's blood and added it to Evgeny Losev. So maybe this is something like genetic engineering happening in the team. If you can copy-paste some of texts, why can't you copy-paste some techniques? Because Evgeny Losev is known for a more aggressive manner, and Damir Idiatulin reminds me of a musician, you know, a conservatory professor. Evgeny and Damir have really exchanged techniques, experience, they practice together, they're good friends, and of course it all brings a fruit. And the one who is benefiting from this fruit is Denis Migal, the founder of the team, who brought these 2 drivers together in his team. Why? Because he wanted a better team performance and to learn from them as well. I think this is a good strategy, because who else would you surround yourself with if not such great drivers? There's a good book called Still Like an Artist, a very good one, even though the title sounds quite negative, because it sounds like it's about stealing, but this is exactly what he is doing here. Speaking about tandem runs of Damir and Evgeny, I don't doubt that they will be both in top 16, even though, of course, drifting is an unpredictable thing. It would stimulate them, because you can never buy a ticket for Friday to see all the training sessions, but coming on Sunday to see tandem practice is possible. And I don't remember Damir and Evgeny being in top 16 without practicing together in the morning. Yes, we agree with this. Give me angle, he says. Our contenders can give you angle. And on Sunday, the practice will be in the morning at about 10 o'clock. Once again, there will be less queue, even though in 1 hour before the opening, we had a big line at the entrance. Thank you, Nizhny Novgorod, for such a warm welcome. We are not alone missing the classic configuration. We really love it. It's really so. And also the weather has been very kind to us this far. It's not too hot. It's not cold. Not raining this far. I'm looking at the meteor map and the clouds are going around us. Evgeny Losev gets a maximum for the line, 28.5 for the angle and 29.5 for the style. While 35 is a maximum. Yes, quite a lot of penalties comparing to what we expected. But once again, there is an improvement. Now it's 88, and this is a different conversation. Now Evgeny Losev rises to the 9th point, and I'm sure that he's in top 32 already, because we've got 19 contenders who haven't come out. And here comes Kirill Matskevich with his 83.5. He is now 11th. He's Supra A80 Victoria. But why is it yellow? Okay, whatever. Victoria is a word used in Russian to denote a strawberry. This is why. All right, we are running to the initiation point, and now Kirill Matskevich is working through the first clip very beautifully. And this is the double penalty zone. He goes through this part of the scored section of the track without any losses. Through the sweeper, gets touch and go, and now it's time to press the pedal to the metal and go up through touch and go 10. And now this second attempt is much better. You don't need to be an expert to see that this is better than 83.5 points, even though the two pedal drifting was still there. I would be really surprised if it's like 70 something or 83. Okay, whatever. I'm sure that it's better line-wise, 100%. In some places, I was a little bit scared about the border crossing, but I can now see that the wheel still stuck to the lines. And it is a very well-built kind of run. This is what we've been longing for in the first two events, because we know Kirill Matskevich, and I know Kirill Matskevich. He is a vice champion of this championship, and also he is a very strong driver. But changing one platform for another from E92 with the McPherson, which has this tendency to three-wheel drifting and sliding, for a Supra A80, of course, brings its toll, takes its toll, and we can see that there is some certain synergy happening to the car as the driver gets better and better used to it. Now, I asked Kirill about the car settings, if everything was working right, and he said it was not about the car. He said it was about the driver. And I said, come on, we know you, we said. We know you're a great one. But having Maxim Grossman, Artyom Shabanov in the same time, you can also take a little peek at their settings. And if you see that your car works with the settings like this, and I remind you that Leonid Schneider is loyal to a Toyota Mark II, there are only two examples for Kirill Matskevich to look up to. You can understand what you have to do and where. Kirill Matskevich is also a pupil of Artyom Shabanov and Anton Kozlov at the same time. There is a coaching team. At first, I was Artyom Shabanov and Anton Kozlov, but Anton Kozlov was also like a tutor and a manager, because he did a lot to bring the team together. Kirill Matskevich's results are very inspiring. This is a very serious improvement. This is what we totally encourage. Congratulations to Kirill Matskevich for making this serious jump from this potential threshold that divides the top 32 from a non-32. He has got a maximum of 93, and this is almost plus 10 points. And Kirill Matskevich is in top 32. He rises to rank 3. So now we are at the equator of the qualifying, so we take a little break and a commercial block.
Level Kitchen, безграничен. Level Kitchen, безграничен. Level Kitchen, вкус отличен.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Читайте в майском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Какие претензии предъявили опытные водители к китайским кроссоверам? Что общего между футболом и автопромом? Зачем поощрять жесткую конкуренцию внутри автобренда? Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Это должны знать все! С ВТБ нам выгодный дорог.
А почему выгодно? С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
С ВТБ нам выгодный
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ. Все получится.
Если радио, то максимум.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Touch my sleeve. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. You don't like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't you get kiss, you might follow it.
Get your blood pumping.
them like the enemy. Had a couple traitors, nigga, now they know the penalty. I tell them, see you later, fam, I do not need this jealousy. I got no time for failure, man, I wanna leave a legacy. I lock in, I'm sold out, pop up for the whole crowd. I got this, I roll out, I promise, have no doubt. I'm all in, here I go now. Call in, you roll out. Take hostage, the pros down, they knock us and I throw down.
We gon' make it all the way. We don't care what they all will say.
Мы команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
We are back on air. This is Nring, and this is the third event of Russian Drift Series 2025. And I remind you about our partners. The general partner of Russian Drift Series is VTB Bank PGSC. The official sponsor of the competition is premium motor oil manufacturer IMOL company. Due to the top technologies and best additives, IMOL oils ensure the best performance of your engine in any situation. Now you can purchase IMOL products even easier. Look for IMOL products on all marketplaces and imolshop.ru. IMOL is #1 oil of Russian drifting. Level Kitchen is our official healthy sponsor. Healthy nutrition for your goals. Our friends from Level Kitchen have got a full food truck of food. So come to food court and enjoy. And of course, RDS Shop, the best one ever, where you can find beautiful garments and souvenirs. You can find anything you wish with RDS brand, RDS logo, from garments to keychains, and of course rdshop.ru website is always at your service if you made a mistake and didn't come to Nring to enjoy the third event of RDS GP. So we've passed the equator of the qualifying. We've got 8 groups in total. The 4 of them have already completed their performance. Our 8th group is smaller. It's got 4 contenders and others have got 5, and no one has chosen to go to the health group. I remind you that everyone has this right, but if you go to the health group, you have only 1 attempt instead of 2. And this is the familiarization run for Ilya Popov from Lekar Одержимый Motorsport. Here's also an important thing, that if you decide to go to the health group, you don't have the familiarization run either. So you go just all in, which can be a serious problem, and it has happened before. Our history knows such situations when before the health group, for example, it begins raining and you are at loss. You don't know what to do, how to handle it. Now Ilya Popov is trying the white lines, and he discovers some grass out there. It would have been a 0 if it was a battle run, but this is why we need these runs for, to understand what the asphalt is like now. And now this sun is still shining brightly. It's heating up the racing track, especially the part which has got a layer of debris on it. There have been some really thick ones because we've had dozens of competitions, and one day Grigory Gusev personally came out and tried to peel some off with his own hands. But now, a day before this event, the track has been cleaned. But to be fair, I would remark that it could not be completely eliminated. So you can see that in some places there is some more, in some places there is less. And if it rains, it would not be nice at all. Speaking about weather forecast, the rain has shifted to about 6 or 5 o'clock. But people from Moscow report us that it is raining heavily there, and we hope that maybe all the rain falls there and nothing comes here. This is what we are really dreaming of. Now Ilya Popov is back to the start after his little tour outside the track. And now he is ready. His car is intact, everything is working, and he is ready to race and to do his first run. The best qualifying in his career was on rank 8. Lekar Одержимый Motorsport Nissan 370Z. Now all the 4 cars of the team are 370Z. Vladislav Popov used to have a 350 for a while. So now number 22, Ilya Popov, and the run in, which is exceptionally long at this configuration. And now this is a big straight line. The Popov brothers had a birthday not so long ago. And now this is the initiation. Very nice and beautiful. Ilya Popov is working through touch and go 2 and 3. Another transition. And this long sweeper. One wheel slips off. And now another transition to touch and go 7, and the last one in this configuration. You've got to press the throttle pedal, and he does. Touch and go 10 is taken, and here is the finish. Except for that one wheel out, I really liked the first sector, even though it was not exceptionally accurate. It was still beautiful. It was dynamic, at least, and the quality was also pretty high. There was one wheel outside, but it's better to have one wheel outside here than in that double penalty sector from touch and go 2 to touch and go 3. And here I recall the qualification of Arkady Tseregratsev, that here in Nizhny Novgorod, when he had one wheel outside and he got 98 points in total. That was his only mistake, because he had no deductions for any other criteria. Ilya Popov initiated at 137 kilometers per hour and 71 degrees. Then he reduced the angle a little bit, and the correction was made in the sweeper. There's also another important thing. Lekar Одержимый Motorsport team has different rear suspension on the identical cars. Vladislav Yerofeev, Vladislav Popov, and Ilya Popov have got max arms and clutches that were installed last year instead of a wise fob. And Arkady Tseregratsev has got his wise fob back. And the rear suspensions turned out to work differently in terms of geometry. If wise fob goes up and down as you set it and nothing changes in the parameters, in the max has got some crazy changes in the wheel's angle, which may really interfere, because the car may feel pretty confident and secure, as we just said in the example of Ilya Popov. But not everyone thinks that this is bad, that the car makes these dynamic moves. But, well, it depends. It depends a lot because the contact spot is also fluctuating and sometimes the grip may get bigger. Enjoy your meal, guys. Enjoy your meals. Yeah, it takes some time to get used to it. And depending on the suspension, Ilya Popov and Arkady Sergratsev, and Ilya Popov just proved that the speed in the last curve doesn't grow. If someone makes some jump near the finish here, nothing like this happens. -2 for the wheel in the second sector. This is the sweeper. Touch and go 4, 5, 6. And this is why there are some serious deductions for the angle and the style, because the wheel deduction never comes alone. 28, 28, and 28.5, which makes a total of 84.5. But, you know, it's the judges have different number of points to distribute. The line judge has got 30, the angle and style judges have got 35. This is Maxim Grossman from Irkutsk time-up team and his Toyota A Supra Grace. He's been showing us absolutely brilliant and aggressive runs during the practice sessions. Let's see whether he can do the same in the qualifying run. I remind you that Artyom Shabanov, another team member, is now at the top of the qualifying protocol. Maxim Grossman is making a transition, fixes the angle, and smokes it away in the long sweeper, collecting touch and go number 6, narrows the line a little out, but Maxim holds the car under control, and now he is a little bit late with pressing the accelerator before the last curve, and this is probably the only visible mistake that he makes in the scored section of the track. And I almost said that the car is called Grace, and then he does that in Sector 3. But okay, let's say it was a little misunderstanding, and I'm sure that in the second attempt he will do it much better. Yesterday, Maxim showed much better practice runs. They were amazing, both solo runs and tandem runs. Yesterday, we mentioned it in our evening news, especially when commitment-wise, everything was super cool and brilliant. If you didn't see our yesterday's evening news, if you want to learn more about what happened before the beginning of the competition, you're welcome to our YouTube channel. And I just checked out the drift dynamics, and there's only 52 degrees at the initiation. That is so sad, so disappointing. In the sweeper, the entrance is 48.7 and the exit is 33.1. Drift dynamics is such a merciless witch, because my impression was so great and the tempo was there and the curve was there and the sweeper was also good and the speed was growing before the deceleration, and then by the finish Maxim also gained 90+ kilometers per hour in this uphill climb. Everything seemed so great, but these angles just ruined it all. But the 90 kilometers per hour were gained even though he used the foot brake. It is not really bad as it is. It is some little bit of stabilization. Today everything is so dynamic that we haven't seen Alicia this far, but here she is talking to our audience and giving out our magazines that you can purchase at RDS shop, not only here but also online. So you can look for Alicia on the spectator stands and then you can see yourself in our RDS inside. Maxim Grossman is one of the drivers who haven't done an official competition on this configuration. And also you can see the interviews with the audience tomorrow. All right, so he's got a penalization for the angle, he's got maximum for the line, and this is a total of 95.5. Yay! And he stands right after Artyom Shabanov. That's great. But no, Maxim Grossman has been here for an official event on this configuration, I mean. Yes, 95.5, and let me also emphasize that maximum for the style is really, really great. But he was really aggressive, very good. Danila Vorobyov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team, the driver who really lacked some practice runs. Let's see whether it holds him back in the qualifying. He had some engine problems, and then he started practicing. Let's see where it takes him. Danila is making a very decisive initiation, and then he makes a transition to touch and go 4, very long 125-meter sweeper, a double transition smoothly into touch and go 7 according to the assignment. Then he presses on the throttle pedal, and through the touch and go 10 he runs to the finish. Well, this is a pretty scrupulous line that was, but as for the other criteria, I guess we should consult the judges. I can see some correction out there. Or maybe I was mistaken. Yes, here the transition looks very well. Having the angle stabilized is the main thing. Mikhail Davidyans has always emphasized that the angle has to be stable. Make a transition into an angle and keep it still. And then as you do another transition, you've got to run through the sweeper at a stable angle. One of the 3 cars with a standard gear reductor. Usually they use a Toyota, the 8-inch reduction. Sometimes, and also Nissan are 330, like in Ilya Fedorov's car. It is hard to change the reduction ratio that fast. You've got to change the entire unit. If you want to change anything there, that is a disadvantage because it takes quite a lot of time and effort. But if you have enough of the reductor gears and if you know which ones to use, you can prepare beforehand. Also, there is no dry crankcase on Danila Vorobyov's car. He's got a Musamp, which is an extra oil injection. And look at this beautiful result. Perfect for the line, -5 for the angle, -1 for the style only. This is just almost as good as Maxim Grossman. And it was a good initiation with 74 degrees. And the angle of the sweeper was stably 60. All the way. 94. This is where Artyom Shabanov started his journey. And Danila Sharabyov is also an old friend and a pupil of Artyom Shabanov. So maybe he continues training throughout the RDS GP events. Here comes Arkady Tsaregradze from Lekar Одержимый Motorsport in his Nissan 370Z, which this year has got a 2-engine GT instead of the VR38. So he decided to make this big decision for the sake of unification. Arkady Tsaregradze releases all the 1000 HP, which of course is not so, but well, technical data is technical data. A little handbrake stabilization, and then a sweeper, which is a slightly narrow line, and here he tries to widen it out. A double transition, finally touch and go 8 and 9. And now it's time to climb up and up and up the 1.5-meter hill towards the finish. And now let's check it out and see whether this is what Arkady Tsaregradze wanted to achieve. I once asked Arkady Tsaregradze, what is that you're doing at the finish? And he said, everything is okay. This is exactly as intended. I'm slightly confused by the initiation angle. It was 80 degrees and 139 kilometers per hour. He was dangerously close to the no-go zone. And as far as a 2GZ GTE engine that he decided to install instead of his V38, this is because the V-shaped engines need 2 collectors, 2 turbochargers. Everything has to be double. The piping system is much more complicated. Plus, the engine has got different torque, which can sometimes hold you behind. It's harder to control the controllability. And this is a thing that RDS GP teams have been thinking about for quite a long time. Even though previously everyone just wanted to get maximum figures, but then everyone realized that maximum figures are great, but something has to be done with them. A car has to be controllable at the same time. Plus, we've got that mono tire rule. And due to the new mono tire, it became clear to everyone that VR38 is a really excessive thing that is very expensive to maintain and very sophisticated, and that engine has found a new owner. We wish it good luck. Anyway, we've been watching the replay of Arkady Tsaregrazev's initiation. We could see that he didn't wait for the spinning to finish. I even turned the volume up to hear the engine sounds. Maybe it's something emotional, but I could feel that it is very brave of Arkady to do. It was really spectacular, regardless of the big angle. He managed to keep it all dynamic and stable. The first sector looks very well. And this is probably the stability of the wise fob, the angle stability. And also, yeah, maybe in terms of the tempo, it may be a little bit worse in a PowerShop Max. But a wise fob in the front, wise fob in the rear have to be harmonic with each other. They have to be in harmony. This is exactly what we see in the car of Arkady Tsaregradzev. And this is -5 for the angle in the first sector, but this is that excessiveness that the judges warned the contenders against. You shouldn't overdo it with the angle, but can you make a bigger angle? The contenders asked. Mikhail Davidyan said no, and this is a total of 87.5. By the way, 33 for the style is quite a good result. This is cool. 87.5 is the total. No one would be surprised if I say that I expected something better. I think Arkady also expected something better, but I'm sure that he's got the space to improve it. Now, Timofey Dobrovolsky from Moscow, forward order, and he's forward racing S15 in its most original gotcha style. The initiation, Timofey initiates a little early, but then he opens up a little late, but then he makes a beautiful transition through touch and goes 2 and 3, then the transition to touch and go 4, also a very sound one. Just don't over narrow the line, but I think he's still collecting all the clips, and then he goes outside with 2 wheels very securely. Here he's got to be more careful not to get more penalties on the way, but it looks like -5 will be deducted. 5 points will be definitely deducted. So generally, yes, he also misses touch and go number 6. Number 7 is on the edge. It's like a discount. Because by all the features, this is a angle magic, camera magic. It looks more perpendicular than it actually is in reality. This is true. So all these views from above give you a better picture. More objective. And once again, we want to praise our cameramen and our broadcasting service, our drone guys, who provide us with these beautiful shots. Even though at the start it was very beautiful, but the initiation into 54 degrees only, but it has to be over 55 for the angle to be considered big. But he made a transition into 72. That is a little too much. As far as the speed in the sweeper is concerned, it looks more viable. The speed didn't grow either, which is pretty understandable because he had to save himself. Having a wheel outside was not very good. It was also very slippery out there. Yeah, so here we'll look what he's doing with his feet. There's a lot of work, a lot of dancing on the clutch. But, well, he did it. He completed the run, and I'm sure that will not be the worst today. But then, based on it, I'm sure he can make a superstructure and correct it all. This forward racing S15 has a certain specificity in the suspension, so you use throttle more to control it. So it's -4 for the wheels, -4 for the Miss TG6. And there are some angle deductions. We have already discussed it. And one little deduction for the style. And this is 84.5 points, which is really hopeful. He is now 15th. He is already safe. He is in top 32. And here comes Ilya Popov once again, his second run. He is currently 15th. He represents Likhar RDS Motorsport. His previous result was 84.5. We are ready to watch his run number 2. Ilya Popov and his 370Z are going on the run in sector 290 meters to the initiation point. Full throttle, and here we go. Here's the Furidashi. Here you go. A little jumping, then he makes a transition sharply. In the first round, his transition was also great. Now he keeps the angle stable, pressing on the throttle pedal, and then clicks one clip after another into the last transition. And here, he had to let the throttle go, which means that there will be a style deduction. It will not be the maximum. But anyway, the run looks quite good. Now let's analyze, and at the same time looking at the telemetric data. The handbrake pull was much shorter than previously, because I remember that I thought it was very bad. Yes, 57 degrees. Yeah, very good, just according to the judge's assignment. Here is the transition, which I would call the control transition, and 51 degrees in the sweeper, stable and fixed, right according to the assignment. But we all know that even such convincing numbers still are not everything. At the end, there were some speed adventures. The speed wasn't growing. The speed fell so much that it had to grow, because otherwise he would have stopped. But generally, it is not only about the third sector altogether. The entire third curve wasn't very good. The third sector starts in the middle between touch and go 6 and touch and go 7. So this is the correction. He overdid it with the whites, and this is why there were some little problems. He's pressing the gas, and the angle goes down itself. He was almost outside with the left rear wheel. But well, here we also deal with the 2JZ GTE. And now it's almost identical to the other cars of Likhar RDS Motorsport. I've spoken to the mechanics. They said they were very happy. They said they loved it. Moreover, sometimes there is some cannibalism inside of the team, as they share the parts with each other. And there's also a cool option. They can set up the angles on the suspension you keep in stock. So you've got a complete set of suspension with all the correct angles. Then you just screw it on the car, and you don't have to do anything after. You just go. Ilya Popov, just like his twin brother, came here in 2023. This was their second event in their life, and Ilya had only 72 points in his best attempt. Back then it was enough to qualify. Now, of course, it's not, but now you can see that their performance has improved greatly, and you can look into the future with some optimism. We're now waiting for the score for the second run, except for the third sector, the unfortunate one. Everything looks very good. It's a 90 plus. 30 for the line, 29.5 for the angle, 31.5 for the style. Very good, which makes a total of how much? Can you count? It makes a total of 91. Yeah, this is rank 9 in the qualifying. So Ilya Popov is rising to the top half of the qualifying rating. So he will be definitely choosing the lane in tandem runs. And this is the most graceful of the Supras. Maxim Grossman, the master of the grace. At the moment, he's second in the rating, and his first attempt was simply amazing. Let's see whether Maxim can improve his performance. Now it's just main thing is not to overdo it. Let's see whether he can handle this task. 98 points is the best result this far, and this is Artem Shabanov from the same team, called Time Up. Maxim Grossman is pressing pedal to the metal, spinning his car around, collecting clips number 1, 2, 3, fixes the angle, and then he runs through the sweeper. Yes, this time he takes touch and go 6. The first transition, second transition, and now through touch and go 9. Rhythmically, beautifully, he's climbing up towards the finish. So this is the situation when in the second run the driver shows more of precision than aggression. And I am still watching the suspensions very attentively, especially the rear suspension. And here it looks like a tennis ball bouncing, because he takes everything. Everything is damping, everything is shock absorbing, but at the same time it's not too responsive to the throttle presses. So there were no squats that are so visible on some other of the vehicles, and still it enables Maxim Grossman to run at a pretty high speed. That is what I'm sure. I immediately see two little flaws. The first one is the angle reduced in the sweeper from 52 to 35. You can reduce the angle, but I think that this time it was too early, and I can be mistaken once again. I hope he will not be penalized. And it was reduced too fast. Maybe there is nothing too bad about it. Here he can reduce the angle moving towards the finish. It can be safe for the chaser. The initiation was also moderate, 68 degrees, so everything is okay. He didn't overdo the aggression. The speed is also quite okay, 133 for at the initiation. It's comfortable for the majority of the contenders. The front brakes on drifting cars don't have to be super efficient, because it's not really needed. They've got to be very light, because many drivers, like Artem Leite, said that he managed to lose 10 kilos on each wheel with the braking system alone. This is quite a lot. It doesn't require as much productivity as in circuit racing, but sometimes you do need the braking system, but this is usually an emergency system. A drifting car is built on a different principle compared to circuit racing. For example, on the Red Ring, you have to decelerate after the initiation. You use the foot brake. Well, that's great. There are some little deductions, but this is the same. 30 for the style, 30 for the angle, and 32 for the angle, 33.5 for the style. Different division by the criteria, but the result is absolutely the same. 95.5 for Maxim Grossman. And he accommodates himself on the second line of the qualifying protocol. This is brilliant, absolutely amazing. But can this guy show us something better? He's currently on the third line with 94 points in his track record. And now here is the second run. The new engine, 750 HP. Here we go. Danila Vorobyov, representing first Arkhangelsk region, then St. Petersburg, then Penza. So he is a drifting nomad. And now he is accelerating to the initiation, presses the throttle. Very beautifully takes the first clip, makes a transition with a microscopic correction. Then transition number 2 and the long sweep with 3 control points. Very beautiful here as well. Now the 2 last transitions are made, pressing the throttle to fly 1.5 meters up to touching go 10. This is really great. I wouldn't even say that he hardly practiced. Maybe he's just not too tired. Maybe he didn't over practice, because you know that such things also happen. 94 point was his first run result, when this one was very similar. Very stable, very even, very beautiful. Please notice this little blue thing in the rear part of the car. That is Aqua Sump. This is sort of a little tank with a portion of oil under high pressure. When the engine may hypothetically need more oil, it makes an extra oil injection to avoid oil hunger. But the thing is, the oil inlet is static, and the oil, as any other liquid, has a tendency to splash in there, and sometimes the oil inlet cannot always take enough oil, and under a big load it can turn into a very bad problem. This is why everyone uses dry crankcases to force the oil under pressure into the engine. But in this situation, not to spend extra 700,000 rubles, you can use this device, which costs around 150,000 rubles. That can inject about half a liter of oil into the engine when needed to keep you safe. Now we can see how it looks from inside. This is an interesting transition. Yes, he did use the handbrake, but at the end only. You could tell that at the first transition, Danilo Vorobyov was using the handbrake, but it was quite short. Only half a point deduction for the style in the second sector, and 2.5 for the angle. Interesting. There he was overdoing the angle assignment, and these microscopic corrections gave him those little deductions. So this is 92. There is no improvement, but once again, 2 runs for 90 plus, which is definitely a reason to congratulate the driver. And the average point is the same as Anton Ko had, for example, but we look at the best result, not the average. Arkady Tsaregradzev from Likar Одержимый Motorsport, Nissan 4Lady Z. He's currently on the 14th line. He's got 87.5 points, and he definitely knows where to get the rest. We expect Arkady Tsaregradzev to join the 90-plus club, and now he's got to press it, and he's right on the line, making the first transition, the second, the third, another transition. Arkady Tsaregradzev fixes the angle and works through all the 3, including the first one. Almost misses touch and go 7, and now it's time to work through the last curve through touch and go 7. He touches the borders of the no-go zone. Arkady Tsaregradzev moves through the finishing line. It was all on time. All on time. He does it. The front bumper is bending. This is because of the airflow. In Nizhny Novgorod, you don't notice it as much. You see it best at Tigora Drive in St. Petersburg in the classic configuration, and at Moscow Raceway when you go downhill. There you can see this bending very seriously, very well, but it is all done for the weight so that the body kit is not too heavy. This is why it's so thin and therefore flexible. Also, I really like the big sweeper. We are now comparing the 2 runs. So I guess it will be an improvement. It will be an improvement. Last year we also had a mono tire. By the way, it was a Westlake, but a good ride. And it had a stronger grip. It wore out more. This tire is more resistant, but it has a less grip. And the drivers have a positive attitude to it because the stability is usually more important. So this tire, Ling Long, makes a better impression on the drivers. At least I hear these complaints less. Before we heard a lot, but Arkady Tsaregradzev at the previous run, on the opposite, he had a very grippy tire. It was too grippy, and in the last run he just got stuck. Anton Kozlov managed to mimic it, and he won the second event. Maybe, but maybe the drivers have just learned how to cope with it. Maybe they are not happy with something, but they just don't say it out loud because they take it for granted. They cannot do anything. They cannot go to the factory and make the tires themselves. I don't think that it would be allowed. I don't think that the drivers will be very welcomed at the factories. Once again, the factories are very stinky. There are lots of pipes, and then the tire comes out. So there is no human factor. Well, there is a human factor, but it's minimum. It's a chemical production, and it's mostly operated by robots, which are, of course, set up by people, but it's a very boring tour. I'm still happy that I went there, but it was very, very boring. You go along a pipe, and then you see a tire that is coming out, you see quality control, and that's it. And then just a warehouse, and bye-bye, go to the store. Timofey Dobrovolsky is ready, and these are results of Arkady Seregratsov. Wow, -4 for the angle in the first sector. Well, because this is the initiation and a little correction after and the first transition, but nevertheless, this is 90 plus, which we've been longing for. Because this is Arkady. Of course, we wanted to see a 90 plus. 30, 28.5 and 32.5, and this is 91. The same 91 as his teammate has got, but Arkady Seregratsov would be high in the rating because his worst attempt was better. Curious, so now they're standing right next to each other, Arkady and Ilya. Timofey Dobrovolsky with a very good impression. The first result was not as good as we expected, 84.5, and now this driver of Takayama Forward Auto is going to correct the situation. He is not under any threat already, but of course it would be better for him to go in the top half of the qualifying protocol. He initiates, the smoke comes out after touching go 1, and this is a very arguable line. And he makes another transition, and here he is going a little narrowly in the sweeper. Touch and go 6 is under question. He takes touch and go 7. Another transition. This time it is the last one. And Timofey is going there to the last curve and finishes through touch and go 10. Well, it makes a weird impression on me. And the smoke wasn't coming for quite a while. And I wonder if he did take touch and go 1. It looks like he did, but it is still questionable. In the previous replay, we could see how much steering Timofey is doing. At the same time, it doesn't influence the car body position anyhow. The car is squatting on the rear axle. The front axle is hardly touching the ground. But nevertheless, it all depends on the rear suspension. Because the steering wheel is used just to give your car the right vector, like a ship captain. And all the instant decisions, all the instant corrections are usually made with the pedals. There was a correction between touch and go 2 and 3. These are the consequences of this initiation and late throttle opening. From 60, yeah, the angle fell in a very short distance. They are very close to each other and the angle fell. So this is not a good thing. Here on the replay, one of my favorite ones, you can see the configuration of the front suspension. These blue arms. And the max clutches. There are arms made by Max as well, but Forward Auto didn't really like them, and they decided to use this configuration at the end. And oh, he's sleeping. Good morning, hello. Wake me up when the Mirziaturin comes out. For many years, this configuration has been used. All right, but now we've got a Supra, another one, number 42, and this is a representative of Leninsk-Kuznetsky, Alexei Vakhtin, a driver from VS team, who unfortunately... wait. He couldn't qualify in the first event due to the lack of practice. At Igora Drive, he qualified. It is so strange. It still feels strange to me to say that someone qualifies and someone doesn't. All right, so it's -6. Yeah, 26 for the line, 31 for the angle, and I know why. Generally, the picture looks pretty well. You can see how much these little squares matter. But this is not a 90 plus. Unfortunately, this is 89. He is at the threshold of the 90 plus club, and he's 14th in the qualifying because Grigory Gusev and Georgy Chevchan had a better second runs. Georgy Chevchan was half a point better in the second run. And now here comes the next group. Group number 6 begins its performance, and this is the first run of Alexei Vakhtin, who we have already introduced. Alexei Vakhtin represents the letter V in the team's name. V as team. We will see the other letter later. And there are some drivers who are not related to any of the two letters. Whatever. Alexei Vakhtin is taking touch and go 1. I have some questions about throttle opening, and it looks like there will be a little deduction here as Alexei Vakhtin shifts inside the curve. The curve is over. Now touch and go 7. And the last transition, and he misses touch and go 9, unfortunately. Here he manages to hold within the borders of the track and collects clip number 10. Yeah, maybe too much. There's also some speed loss, quite a tangible one at the Furidashi. Let's see what Drift Dynamics says about it. I think it was a little eclipse that happened to Alexei. He doesn't look like himself. First of all, he missed touch and go number 3, then he made a correction, and also he got in the no-go zone. So this is quite a lot of adventures. As far as the specs are concerned, the 2JZ, a Samsonov transmission, Winters gear gear reductor. So this is the recipe that we have known for ages. Everything is very classic. And then everyone knows how to set them up for themselves. And we can see how Alexei Vakhtin inaccurately runs through this first. He's doing his first run. Let's see. Drift Dynamics says there was a backward. Did you see it? Because in my universe, 91.6 is a backward. Please take a notice of this little orange box on the windshield. This is exactly the sensor of Drift Dynamics, the so-called drift box. I asked Alexander Nechayev, the author of the system, why I sometimes have the feeling that the working point is shifting and the entire diagram goes up or down, and it hardly correlates with what is happening. And he said that it can happen when the entire box is misplaced by the wind or the airflow, and it makes it hard to interpret the results. And this is one of the reasons why in RDS GP we will never have any automatic judgment, because it can be misplaced a little bit and then everything goes wrong. No matter how high quality the device is, no matter how precise you install it, the eye of an experienced judge is always more accurate, and all of our judges are experienced racing drivers. Look at this misfit of the t-shirt and that inflatable thing, or maybe it depends on which team performs better. Of course, I am kidding. This is just a kind of a spectator who just loves beautiful drifting. Vladislav Popov is already waiting for his turn. Alexei Vakhtin is waiting for his results, and I'm sure that they will come out soon, but he must be very nervous. And also, speaking about other nervous things, it is getting a little dark. I'm afraid that it may start raining. I hope it doesn't. If we take 7 worst results, this time it's Ilya Fedorov with 75, then Anatoly Kizin, Artur Zelenyy, Dmitry Sherbina, 79.5, Petr Borodin, 80, Grigory Burlutsky, Danila Skorobogatov have 81. So 8.5 points have been deducted by Mikhail Davidians in the first sector. Because after the first transition, the angle has to be small, and there was a correction as well. This is 64. This far, Alexei Vakhtin is diving to the very bottom. He's the 26th out of 26. Vladislav Popov from Lekar Одержимый Motorsport, the driver who, apart from 2 ones in the number, has got a 1 in his best rank blank, because he has won qualifying, he has won an event in the first year. In his rookie year, Vladislav Popov managed to win an event. He had a 350Z, and it happened at Moscow Raceway. Now the first transition, touch and go 2, and he misses touch and go 3, unfortunately. But he hits touch and go number 4, collects touch and go number 5 automatically. A question about touch and go 6. Oh wow, number 7 as well. He has definite difficulties on the way, just like in the last sector. He misses touch and go 10. Too many penalties. It looks like he has got an absolutely alternative line. I'm really not used to seeing such performances anymore. And looking at the rookies, we don't see such things. And Vladislav is not a rookie anymore. Their rookie time has passed. They're already quite experienced racers. Well, formally, even Artem Shabanov is considered a rookie. He is our last year's rookie and our last year's champion. So what have we got here? First of all, it looks like everything went out of control. Well, the car was controlled, but it was about the directions. It was about the phase. Looks like the phase just shift was misplaced, like it happens with rear dynamic sensors. Sometimes the same happens to the drivers. The entire line was misplaced to one side, and well, you can probably do something with it, but most likely next time. This is the kind of a run that you have to just take it into consideration and forget. Of course, this angle also made an impact on the speed. He just brought too much speed into that point, almost 118 kilometers per hour. And of course, he left a half immediately after. And then there was some speed growth before the finish, and also an angle correction. And most importantly, 4 points for clip 10 would be deducted. And this is a minus, it is not a plus. Also some corrections here, yeah. Here is -8 already, minus TG7, which is -10. And then -4 for the last clip. And this is -14 for the line alone. So, even basically speaking, there are too many deductions. We have seen some bad first runs that were later corrected. And I have no doubt that Vladislav knows what to do, how to concentrate, and how to improve it all. I'm sure that Vladislav can show us that this was more of a misunderstanding, but we've got some ground in the wheel of Ilya Polishchuk. Something weird. Where did he get that ground? Will he take it to St. Petersburg with him? Because St. Petersburg is known as a risky agriculture zone, and this is the Volga region. It is better. So guys from St. Petersburg can take different things from Nizhny Novgorod. Artem Leitis takes a little gravel, Ilya Polishchuk takes a little ground. Okay, so it's -2, -4, -2, -4, like a short phone number. So -12 it is for the line alone. And then -2.5, -1, so it makes it total 18 for the line, 27.5 for the angle, 30.5 for the style, and this is 76, which is very far from the result that Vladislav Popov was definitely counting for. In the meanwhile, Ilya Polishchuk from Predator drift team and his BMW E92. Not only E92, but M3 with a 2JZ GTE. Ilya Polishuk, a famous drifting coach, a very successful driver who comes back to the top league. What is happening with his rear wheels? It looks like there's some kind of contradiction. But okay, this is up to the driver to decide. Run in and initiation. The car spins around right into the white line. Ilya Polishuk is working through touch and go 2 and 3, makes a transition, takes number 4, some little jumps on some little bumps, and then he collects touch and go 6, transition into 7, another one into the deceleration zone, then he presses the throttle pedal and through touch and go 10. Oh wow! This is where the ground came from. Or maybe this is an attempt to bring the ground back in place. It's time to bring the ground back, but oh wow, just look at this. This far, this is Ilya Polishuk's car that looks more like a low rider with the suspension articulation. I think that it has no transfer stability stabilizers. You can even go in a trial this car. Over 80 degrees at the initiation. He will be definitely penalized. The speed was 135 kilometers per hour, but then he paid off with a small angle in touch and go 2 and touch and go 3, where it has to be big according to the assignment. So if we consider the angles, he spent more on the initiation, so that less was left for TG2 and TG3. So the result will be quite expectable, quite predictable. This is all about the angle. The judges will make their conclusions. So let's say you've got 180 degrees and then you have to distribute it correctly. So something has to be done with the angles of Vladislav Popov. Here, with Ilya Polishuk, he's got to do something with the angles. You know that any angle violations are very bad for the chasers, and this is quite a dangerous situation. Even though the run was very exciting, it was not correct. I'm sure that the score will not be that exciting. Yesterday, Ilya Polishuk had very little time for practice. At the end of the practice day, at the end of the third sessions, we checked out the drift dynamics to count the number of the runs. He did only 3. Then it began raining, and he did some more practice runs. But how many more? They had only 1 hour to practice. So how many runs could they do? Maybe like 5 times? But there is also a line, there's also waiting. And, well, maybe he did 10 altogether in 5 days. So this is 6.5 for the angle and 1 for the style. 2 for the wheels by the finish. And some corrections in the third sector. Ilya Polishuk played with the angles a little bit, and sometimes it's worse than having too much or too little angle. And it is a total of 84.5. He is 17th, and this is a top 32. Yes, he's in top 32. So now the situation is getting clearer. We start getting this understanding of what the minimum score should be. And now, in the meanwhile, we'll see the leader of the personal rating from Carville Racing Team. He was born in Ulyanovsk. He lives in St. Petersburg and drives an F22, which looks more like a Supra. And here we go, Anton Kozlov, vice champion of RDS in his rookie season. He was second. He was competing with Georgy Chevchan at the very end, but it was on board a different vehicle in a different reality. And now he is performing the assignment. He's storming into this curve with 2 clips and carefully takes touch and go 7 and finally slips out in about touch and go 8 and 9, takes touch and go 10 and finishes. Except for all the rest, he pulls the handbrake, and I guess he will be seriously penalized by Vladimir Safonov. But generally, the general impression is good. In front, there is a subframe from a Toyota Supra, and the front suspension is from the same car as well. The subframe is designed in a very funny way because Toyota hardly has a double-arm front suspension. The subframe is designed in such a way that the front top lever is screwed to it. This is a kind of a car Lego, because it's very good. You can integrate the structure into any kind of vehicle. You don't have to concentrate on where to fix it. Of course, they do cut the cars as well, but there are serious restrictions about safety, and they restrict the technical freedom of the mechanics. Definitely, the World Drifting League allows quite a lot, but the regulation is very uncompromised in everything that concerns the safety of the driver. Let's take a simple example. A multi-arm suspension on Roman Tivadar's team, and here on the Forward Racing S15 that had to weld special fixtures to the car body. And as Silvia and Nissans have some hardness issues, so they have to be reinforced. And here the car body is pretty hard, and you have to screw everything on the subframe. They are separate from the car body, and you can take the entire suspension off together with the subframe, which is quite comfortable. Moreover, Toyota JZ GTE, and the front part of the car is a copy of a Toyota Supra A80. But what happened to the wheels, to the chassis? It remained the same. The width was enlarged, and you can tell it by the fact that the extension had to be made. Anton Kozlov had to do that extension. He made a video about it. And we're now looking at the score. Yes, one wheel outside, -2 for the line. Angle-wise, only 3 points deduction. And style-wise, yeah, for the left foot, there is quite a lot. -2 in the first sector, -2.5 in the third sector. Well, generally, it's very good. It's a 90 plus. But we know that it could be better. So 28 for the line, 32 for the angle, 30.5 for the style, and this is a 90 plus, a 90.5. Not a very secure 90 plus, but still, it is over 90. I think no one will argue with me. He's right in between Lepopov and Ivan Palmin. Anton Kozlov is on the 11th line of the rating. And here we've got Leonid Schneider from Time Up, the founder of the team, on board his Toyota Mark II JZX 90 Drage. Leonid wanted to drive his backup car because he liked another Mark better on this track, but it was damaged during one of the track days. And now this is the livery that we have already got used to this season. Leonid Schneider is making the initiation. Then he works to touch and go 2 and 3, another transition, keeps the angle stabilized. And here I've got a question. There was double pedals and maybe too much angle in the sweeper. But I will compare this with my drift dynamics data. And now you see that he is speeding up and finishes. Too much of double pedals. Also, there was one by the finish in the third sector. And what should be also noticed here, for a while, Time Up team used to have 2 Toyota Mark IIs. Maxim Grossman used to drive an A90, and Leonid Schneider was planning to have the same at this stage, at this event, but it didn't work out. The circumstances were against him. There were some serious restrictions in the front suspension of these cars because there was quite an interesting structure. Because in one way, it slightly reminds me of a Supra, but on the other, the arms are not screwed to the subframe. They are screwed to the front cups. The angle in the sweeper was medium. We see that he presses the throttle multiple times. And here in this phase, it was quite good, 50 degrees. And then Leonid reduces the angle right before the finish. This is a correction that is almost impossible to see through the camera, but it was there, and Drift Dynamic System registered it. Another correction took place in the deceleration zone, and this is the situation which is not very good for the driver. You can see from this angle that he reduces the angle and brings it back, even though he could reduce it and just keep it stable. Just keep it stable. The transition has to be long according to the assignment, and there is a serious angle correction in the third sector, plus the left foot braking. Off on the correction takes you away from TG10, but Leonid Schneider managed to catch that clip, but still he loses 4 points. I've been speaking about the suspension specifications, and here it was decided to implement a new solution and take an Altezza wise fob solution, which is not really good for a 90, because Altezza is an 110, because Toyotas have different suspensions for different cars, or rather they make they're incompatible with each other to make people buy new parts instead of using the old ones. Conceptually, they haven't changed everything for years. They haven't changed anything for years, except for that initiation, minus 6.5 for the initiation. So they've been working on designing their own suspension for 2JZX90, and I'm sure that Leonid Schneider cannot wait for them. 30 for the line out of 30. We have noticed the angle deductions, and this is 96, which is a ticket to top 32. But of course, we would love to see a ticket of a higher class, because being 18 is not the right thing for Leonid Schneider. And now the second round, Alexei Vakhtin, who formally has done his first run, but it doesn't mean a thing, because the result is only 64. He is currently 30th, and of course with 64 points there is nothing for him to count for. He's got to improve it, so now this is a self-saving session, perhaps, and we hope that Alexei Vakhtin does it. He makes a correction here right at the transition. Another transition, a very sharp one, which I think shouldn't have been done. Then he collects all the clips on the curve, then another one, and I've got some questions about touch and go 7. And now he's got to take touch and go 10, and he does. But there are lots and lots and lots of questions that will be turned into deductions. Okay, take out your calculators, dear judges. They've got a lot to count. Even though at a certain moment, I guess, it makes no sense. Some things may be counted automatically. In this way, a very great job has been done in the formulation of the rules. How many points should be deducted in each situation? All the mistakes have been classified, so the judge has to classify the mistake, decide how critical it was, and then it counts itself, basically. So it is very, very convenient. Alexei Vakhtin is here in the comparison view. It's hard to tell whether he was outside or not in about touch and go 2 and 3. If yes, then it would be even more painful. On the other hand, in the first run, there was a serious penalty because of the corrections and a small angle after the transition. It looks like it doesn't really change much number-wise, but of course it's better to have one wheel outside than making all of these weird moves and weird angle variations. No news come from VS team because everything works, so this is not a car issue. Last year there were some difficulties with the car of a technical nature, and these mostly concerned Evgeny Spirin when his transmission went off, his drive shaft went separate together with a part of the engine, and everything was ruined. And he was just running, and he was not even doing anything special. So he hasn't even done anything bad. He just switched the gear to 3 and everything fell apart. All right, so we are now watching his run from the cockpit, where a lot of smoke is getting. But during the run, sometimes here at the Nring on his rookie year, Ilya Fyodorov was driving a new car, a Nissan 180SX, and both then the engine was a VR38. The car was redesigned for the right hand. It was right-handed, and he was a team called Tuning Factory iMall. Yes, we had one. Ilya Fyodorov was invited to the team, and Ilya Fyodorov couldn't make it to the finish because the cockpit was filled with smoke so much that he couldn't see a thing. So as he left the sweeper after the transition, he just released the gas and said, "I don't see where to go." There are a lot of deductions. -9 for the line. And the angle 16.5. Oh, come on. And the style 7 for the style. This is all very sad. This is painful. And this is definitely a no. 67.5. Yes, it looks like, even though there is an improvement, this is too little, especially considering that we've got 9 drivers ahead, 2 groups. One of them is slightly smaller, but nevertheless, this is a very dangerous situation for Alexei Vakhtin. And now this is driver number 11, Vladislav Popov, who also needs to improve his situation. 76 may be too little as well. He's from Likar Одержимый Motorsport. And he's Nissan 370Z, number 11. And now he is running, and he's got to press it, and he does. Do touch and go 1 to the transition, touch and go 2. And 3 is under question. Now this is a time for the long sweeper with 3 clips. And yes, he takes all of them in a way. And here, once again, he's got some problems in the last turn. He misses touch and go 10, losing 4 points. It looks like 2 wheels have been outside. Maybe it wasn't even 1, but there were 2. And it would be -5 then. And this is what I see immediately. Yes, and what is also interesting, Vladislav Popov, this is a new car for him, because last year he had a 350Z. And if you think that Nissan 350Z and Nissan 370Z are the same, you are mistaken. 370Z and the Nissan 400Z are, in their general concept, in their chassis, they're absolutely the same. The difference is in the car body panels and the engine. 370Z has got a VQ37, and 400Z, the new one, has got a VR30DT. This is the engine index. And therefore, a 350Z is slightly longer. It is slightly longer, and it looks a little bit more stable. Arkady Tsaigratsev himself noticed it when he tried it for a ride. And as a result, everyone came to the conclusion that the cars have to be the same. And this is a Z34, and the 400, the one which is actually just a Nissan Z, it's called an RZ34 because it has a VR engine. There is a lot of very important technical and bureaucratic situation. Very long handbrake pull, and I also checked the diagrams was in the meanwhile, and unfortunately the angle was too little in touch and go 2, touch and go 3, and this is sector 1 alone. Then in the curve, everything was okay if we take a look at the numbers alone. And all the adventures occurred in sector number 3 with 2 wheels outside, and probably it happened twice because in one of the replays you could see that the one wheel slipped away, but then it came back, and then there was another more visible situation when 2 wheels were outside, and then it would be -7 for the wheels alone. And this is the doomsday scenario, because I've got to consider a different scenario. So I scare everyone so that everyone says, oh, come on, no, it's not 7, it's 5. And everyone feels happy. But this is just me kidding. Ilya Polishuk is waiting, but this is really 7 wheels. Yeah, so -7 for the wheels, not -5, unfortunately, which is already -11 for the line, but not so bad for the angle. I was expecting something worse. So it's 19, 26.5 and 31, which makes a total of 77. This is an improvement that doesn't really improve anything. But still, he's now ahead of Artur Zelenyy, who is 26th in the qualifying. Well, this is unpleasant. But this guy is already safe. Due to the 84.5 points he's got for the first attempt, he has already got a reserved place in top 32. But where exactly, we don't know. This is his second run. Predator Drift Team, Ilya Polishuk, E92, number 182. Initiation just as brave as before, but one wheel was outside, and now he is trying to refrain from other excessive tricks, and then with a light rear wheel he gets touch and goes 7. But here the borders of the track were violated. The speed hasn't been gained, and the finish. Now let's analyze. The track borders were violated, but the physics laws were not defied. Even though sometimes we see some drifting cars defying the laws of physics. Some drifters have their alternative physics, and this is because they have exquisite technical solutions that enable them to defy physics. Ilya Polishuk always makes it a show. He always makes spectacular runs. He knows he's already in top 32, so he can just have some fun. And this is exactly what he is doing. He's having fun, so we are, and but I would recommend him not to do the same in tandem runs, because, you know, it may be confusing for the opponents, especially the initiation. It may be really puzzling, and it may cause various negative consequences, because, well, this is scary. It can be very scary, and I think he also missed touch and go 7 before getting outside the track, because it really does look like that. But look at this beautiful exit from the sweeper. But even if he took it, it was a couple of centimeters at the very corner of that control point. But still, it already counts. But we are now in a different reality. We are all big people. We understand it all. We understand it all. We know that this is the best championship on planet Earth. As far as the precipitation is concerned, the rain is going around in circles, but at about 4 o'clock it may still rain. So if you don't have a raincoat, run to the RDS shop. They must have them. I hope that they still have them. And speaking about the beginning of the tandem runs, it is scheduled for 5 o'clock. And I guess this is when it begins. Or not, well, what can I say? We're waiting for the score, still waiting for the score, and waiting for the second run of Anton Kozlov from Carville Racing, who is not only the leader of the personal rating, but he has also helped his team to climb onto the top of the current edition of the team's rating. He had a 90 plus result in the first run, 90.5. And now we're still waiting for the score of Ilya Polishchuk this far. But it means that Ilya Polishchuk has done some things that our judges are not so used to, and they need to set their score meter up in a way. I would say that there will be quite a lot of deductions. And you can see the clouds on the horizon. Somewhere people are opening their umbrellas, and perhaps we will have to do the same. Judging by the darkness, an umbrella may not be enough. But it may help. Let me remind you of a very important information. The general sponsor of RDS GP is VTB Bank PJSC. The official sponsor of the competition is the premium motor oil manufacturer iMol company. Let us not forget that Level Kitchen, healthy nutrition for your fitness goals, is our official health sponsor. If you're hungry, our friends from Level Kitchen have got a full food truck of food. So seek it in the food court, and we have got pretty close to the end of the qualifying, so the lunch break is also coming soon. And these are the results of Ilya Polishchuk. Not so depressing, but whoa, -9 for the angle, -4 for the style, -4 for the wheels. And also these adventures at the initiation were not that seriously penalized. This is a total of 82.5. -2 compared to the first attempt. No improvement this far. Anton Kozlov is now preparing. He has got 90.5 in the first run, and he was 11th. Now he's got a chance to change it. What a sophisticated structure of the ducktail. This is the straight run-in line, and now full throttle he goes. Then initiation, the first transition immediately. There are 2 clips, 2 and 3, they're taking without breaking the track borders. Transition to 4, and now virtuoso Anton Kozlov is taking touch and go 6 and 7. Now he's got to go full throttle for the last time in this court section of the track. To touch and go 10, he's running towards the finish. Once again, the impression is very good, but once again I feel that there may be some details. Maybe I wasn't watching too attentively, or maybe I didn't see any foot braking. I guess he just learned his lesson. As far as the Le Mans references, the Le Mans of this year is coming out. There is some angle lag. It was 54, while at least 55 was required. The speed was okay, but the transition was made into a big angle. In the sweeper, if the sensor doesn't lie, the angle was 40, while it was required to be at least 45. I looked at the wheels of Ilya Polishchuk, and the wheel angles on the car of Ilya Polishchuk and Anton Kozlov are very similar. There's a little plus on the front and a little minus on the rear. It gives a full contact spot, and moreover, the wheels looking in, even on the bench, can take some horsepowers, because the power will not go to the spinning the wheels, but to releasing the heat against the drum. So now nothing contradicts the physics. But why it's so visible on Ilya's car? Because the discs are white and they make it all hypertrophied, and it makes such a prominent look. And the cars and the wheels of Ilya Polishchuk are not hidden that deeply as they are on the car of Anton Kozlov. Dark colored discs are now in fashion. This is a style, I guess, but this is not the style that Vladimir Safonov is in charge of, but this is a matter of style, I guess. Many people just like it visually, than like when the wheel looks more monolith, where they look more integrated. Oh, that is style. That is crazy style. This guy has found it not only in RDS shop, but also in his life. Yes, my friends. Now, if we had the hats parade, now we've got the fashion parade or the robe parade. A robe is so cozy, such a cozy atmosphere, so homely or maybe slightly aristocratic, especially in this color. Animal Prince, it's strange that he didn't take a hot tub with him. Oh, well, who knows? Maybe somewhere behind the stands he's hiding one. Leonid Schneider is waiting for the permission to start his second run, just like all of us. And we're waiting for the score of Anton Kozlov. There are some questions. There are things to think over. But here they are. Here they are. Third sector is suffering again, just like the first. That's quite a lot of deductions. But this run is very close to the first one, but with no improvement. 30 for the line, 29 for the angle, 31 for the style, and altogether it makes 90. 90 sharp, which is decent, with no improvement. Anton Kozlov is comfortably accommodating himself in the top half of our competition protocol. And Leonid Schneider is now 18th. So he's got to work it to climb a little higher. He's got 86 points. This is not enough. He is already in top 32, but I'm sure he would be happy to improve this result. And Leonid would definitely be happy to join his friends on the top lines, because there's Artyom Shabanov and Maxim Grossman, and Kirill Matskevich is not that far. So there are things for him to consider. And this is the result of this consideration. Once again, a very brave initiation. A transition to touch and go 3, and now he is already in this sweeper. Would the touch and go 6 be taken? Yes, he does. Then he hits touch and go 7, and here he is outside the track, which means that he will not be able to gain enough speed as he climbs up. So at least it was aggressive. It was pretty aggressive, and he was climbing uphill pretty fast. The initial point, grip-wise, was not very good. Plus, there was an angle. The angle was pretty big. But once again, this is a statement. And it looks like he aspires to get a 90 plus. And it looks like it can be pretty possible. And now let's compare the two runs to each other. Toyota Mark II to JZ GTE. The platform Leonid Schneider remains loyal to, even though his entire team is trying to convince him to. But no, Leonid Schneider says, I will go on, I will continue as long as it hasn't started moving the way I want it. He is doing his scientific research. He is seeking a front suspension that will make this car move the way he wants it, because before it just lacked a proper turnout. Here he will be penalized for sure, but we don't worry about the future of Leonid Schneider anymore, because we know that he's already in top 32. But if at the beginning of the run if the drift dynamics looked pretty adequate at the beginning, then it looked like it was shocked by the initiation and something went wrong. Maybe it got misplaced, because we can tell that at the end the angle wasn't 0, it was... I don't know how to interpret these numbers, so I think I should take some consultation from Alexander Nechayev. I always learn something new from him, even though he's been with us for quite many years. But first of all, Alexander is a person who keeps on developing things and improving things. He never relaxes, and sometimes we cannot keep up with him. I think it's time for him to write some manuals. I guess that the knowledge that I've got from Alexander Nechayev is already enough to write a manual, but I think that my knowledge still lacks some chapters. You could see how Leonid Schneider shifted 1 gear down at the finish to make a more effective climb at the very end of the track. And now Evgeny Spirin is preparing. He is in group 7, but he will start only after we see the score of Leonid Schneider. In the first one, he's got 86. The maximum, I remind you, is 100. And the score is not accrued, but the penalties deduct points from 100. One wheel didn't even touch the white line. This is the optical illusion. You think one thing, but in fact that's another. And this is the mystery that happens quite a lot. The camera is standing pretty far away. The long focus sometimes makes it look different. So this is -2 for the wheels. The rest of the line is okay. It could have been the maximum. And 30 for the angle, 31.5 for the style. So these are the results of Leonid Schneider. And if I see it right, there is a little improvement. Yes, it's 89.5. So he climbs a little higher from the 18th to the 13th place. Will he stay there? The question is still open. But now let's proceed to the one but last group of drivers that will be opened by the driver from Novosibirsk representing VS team, Yevgeny Spirin, on board his Toyota Supra. Yevgeny Spirin, the entire VS team has been in the last two groups, and this is another Supra, and the letter S in the name of the team. He's running to the initiation spot, spins the car around, another transition, almost falls out from the track. This is a double penalty zone. But even if you get your wheels outside, it's not nice at all. Touch and go 7 is worked out, and here Yevgeny cannot hold on to the track. Maybe the asphalt has cooled down, and what we see is the result of this cooling, because it feels slightly darker. Something has definitely changed on the track compared to what it was like during the morning practice. But there are familiarization runs once again. Oh, it was almost 3 wheels, I think. Oh, it was very close to 3 wheels. And judging by how much less smoke started coming out, it would also be a style deduction. There was also Anatoly Kizin. He was in the second group. So the VS team contenders have been evenly distributed throughout the entire list. And we can see the drama in the spirit of what happened in the first event, when one driver of the team kicks out another driver of the same team. Was it 3 wheels or 2? It's hard to tell, so it can be from 5 to 10 points. But by the way, if you forget about the wheels, the run was pretty decent. It looked very similar to Alexei Vakhtin's, and the car is very similar to Alexei Vakhtin's, and the body kit is custom. Every team has got its own interpretation of an A80. Fresh Racing, Time Up, and VS Team have their own body kit designs, so they're all different. They used to have more differences when Fresh Racing had the front from Top Secret, and Top Secret used to be chosen because of the V12 engine selected. There is a 1GZ engine, 1GZ FE, which is not a JZ but a GZ. It is from a Toyota Century, which is a big car, a 6-liter F12, which used to be installed on the Top Secret Supra, just because it was possible, and the space under the hood needed to be extended. So this is the result. It's -17 for the wheels, -6 for the style, the second sector, and well, almost a half of the style score has been deducted because of one incident alone, and -17 for the wheels. And this is very little. This is 65 points for the first run. This is 1 point more than Alexei Vakhtin had, and he is very close to the bottom. Will he be able to come out to the surface? We will find it out very soon. Yes, you can see that the rear wheels are marked because we've got a mono tire. This is not a stamp. This is a laser engravement that is later painted over. Artyom Leitis from Carville Racing, the city of St. Petersburg, is doing a false start. You can do 3 false starts. After the third, it is a 0. And it would be very bad. And in tandem runs, if you do 3 false starts, you will lose the heat. Okay, so here we start. Artyom Leitis is starting his run. Together with Artyom, we will run through this turn, and here the running begins towards the Furidashe zone. It looks like the SX opened its eyes a little wider, and he takes the first clip. What a hard transition. And of course it follows the by correction. 2 clips, and he hardly gets in the right line in the sweeper. It looks like Artyom Leitis was playing on the nerves of Stanislav Dolgich. Then he's been pulling the brakes for too long. Then he presses the brakes and finishes. It was very dirty, I would say. First, there was an aggressive initiation, but why overdo it? The transition has to be sharp according to the assignment, but pressing the brakes like this and making such a hard correction immediately after, this is not good. This is something strange. Let's start with the fact that a Nissan 180 SX in its base is a Nissan S13. It is short enough. It has got a McPherson suspension, even though it has a Weissfab third. This is still a McPherson. And the car has a specific feature. First of all, it tends to push itself into the middle, and you need a lot of speed to keep it outside. And in the sweeper, you could see it very well. It looked like he missed all the 3 control points out there. It was really unclear. He was either on the very edge or he really missed them. And if he missed them, then it's time for us to start crying him a river. But he's got one more chance to improve it all. And it all broke in the very first meters of the distance after the first transition, when this sharp transition provoked very sharp speed loss. And then after he has lost the impulse, after he has lost the stimulus, speeding up turned almost impossible. But it was not even about the speed, but about the impulse. You can see the right eye of the car is twitching, and I know why. And I know why, because my eye is also twitching. Because there are reasons for the car to feel very nervous. There you could also see the light brakes that helps you save 10 kilos, according to Artyom. Now we're waiting for the next contender. But first we've got to see the score. Alexei Kozlov from Predator Drift Team is still waiting. We haven't seen him yet. And the score, I guess, is coming. I'm sure that the judges also wonder how much can be left of 100, because I don't think that anything would be left from the third. Oh, what? Wait. What? It's not that bad. He still collected the TGs, but the Miss TG2, TG3 is what we saw. 25 for the angle and 26 for the style. So it's not as tragic as it appeared to me at first. 26, 25, 26, and this is 77, and he's 28th. He's on the edge. This is very close to getting outside the top 32. He's 28th because there are like many more drivers, and one of them is Alexei Kozlov, and he is Toyota Cresta on X71 body with a front suspension from a Nissan Silvia. Yeah, Alexei Kozlov representing Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky. He's coming from the opposite side of the globe, and he is running in for the Furidashe, and he does it, and he presses the throttle. He licks the no-go zone, but doesn't get in. Then he makes a transition, and he continues making smoke out there. Look at this smoke, it's so nice and thick. No questions to the next one. And it looks like he let the throttle go a little bit, released it, but it looked pretty well, except for this. It looks like he is doing the same as Ilya Polishchuk. Well, he's a teammate, so he is supporting his friend. He almost got in the no-go zone, but the car still stayed on the line. And the car of Alexei Kozlov, he has been seen in Russian Drift Series in 2018, because otherwise how else he would become the most beautiful car of RDS GP. And after that, the car was rebuilt. It was taken apart and reassembled with new components in order to take part in RDS GP of this current convocation. I mean, some serious works have been done. A very powerful engine was made. Now it has become even stronger with a suspension, a proper suspension for RDS GP, because Alexei Kozlov realized that the front suspension settings just didn't work for RDS GP. The car cannot be competitive in terms of the speed. So he worked more on the suspension and everything came back into places. Alexei Kozlov worried that the character of the car may change, but nothing critical happened. It just got faster. It just got faster. So sometimes you can get as many HPs, as many Newton meters as you need, but if you don't know how to apply it correctly, if you don't know how to use it, then you're lost. And here is an interesting case, because the front suspension was in the way of the driver, not the rear. This is amazing, but it was beautiful. There were some big angles and a lot of smoke and a high speed. Of course, the base of the grip lies in the rear suspension, because you've got to make the front suspension roll correctly for the car to be steerable, controllable. And the rest is done by the rear suspension, because it pushes the car forward and sideways. A drift car is fun, because the front suspension is designed for the circuit racing and the rear is designed for rally. And altogether they make the car run sideways. So, wow! This is good. This is a good start. 28 for the line. And this is for one wheel outside. 32 out of 35 for the angle. And maximum for the style. 35 out of 35. This is a good beginning. 95 and third line. Alexei Kozlov in the top of the qualifying due to his first run. And he has got one more run to do. Dmitry Yermokhin, who this year decided to change his S15 for a BMW E92, and now he's getting used to the new car, which is a longer one. It is slightly uncommon for him, but in terms of the parameters, this is the same Silvia. No matter what Dmitry Yermokhin makes, he makes a Silvia. He's been driving a Silvia for many years, and finally there is a switch. Now the car is left-handed, and it was not the easiest decision. And adjusting yourself to the new location of the steering wheel is also not an easy thing. And now here is a transition, touch and go 7. And the last one, once again, he misses the white line. On the opposite side, some double pedaling near the finish, and yeah. So now let's see what kind of soup Dmitry Yermokhin cooked for us. First of all, it's -4 and -2 for the wheels right away. Then there were some little details. I should explain to you what I meant saying that that was the same as the Silvia. Everything that he had on the Silvia, he took the new ones and put them on the BMW. A 1.5 GTE, which means that they had it from a 1 GTE and the rest is from the 2. A gear set and a reductor is a Winters or a Bulldog. I'm not sure which one. They're the same. So all these are the classic units for a drifting car. Only the chassis are different. The waist fob, the rear suspension is also slightly different. And all of this is in the hands of Dmitry Yermokhin. I wouldn't say that it is not impressive, but it is kind of slightly hard for him to get accustomed to. He hasn't figured out all the parameters, because we have known Dmitry for years, and we know perfectly what he's capable of. And this far, he makes an impression of not really unleashing the whole of his potential. This car is not showing the 100% of what it can do. Anton Dmitrienko just faced the same thing this year, because when you start running from the front axis, it changes the entire impression of the car, of driving. You've got to get used to it. You've got to realize it. You've got to switch some tumblers in your head. And there's such a thing that you called the intuition, the intuition, the inner feeling, the sixth sense. Because when you start spinning around a different axle, the reflexes feel different. You've got to tell them, as Evgeny Losev usually says. And the more experience you've got, the harder it's to do, because the more used you are to a different reality. So yeah, so you've got all the deductions for the wheels, for the missed TG1. So this is only 22 for the line, 26.5 for the angle, 27 for the style. And this is out of top 32 because it's less than 77. This is 75.5. It doesn't look well. He's 31st out of 34. And this means that Dmitry Ermokhin can be out. There are 6 more people. And we've got Damir Diaturin, who hasn't come out yet. Just for you to understand that this is very challenging. There are those who have done only one run this far. It is not that good, but it can be transformed into something better. There's only Evgeny Spirin who is below. Vladislav Yerofeev from Likara Держимые Mora Sport, who joined this team this year officially. Last year he was on his own, but he was still tutored by the team. But now this has all come to the way it is supposed to be. Nisan Yerofeev and his Z start moving towards the initiation, and here that is, the long turn, the straight line, and this is the initiation. And here we go. And immediately, right away, this is the same penalty system that will be applied. The second transition, he's got to hold on to the borders of the track. Vladislav Yerofeev does it. He collects all the clips, touch and go 7 as well. And now he aims at the white line, but now he is outside. Unfortunately, touch and go 10 wasn't taken, and the style will definitely be penalized. There was also an angle correction, and I guess 2 wheels, not less than 2, but not more than 2. I think that he's copying one of the Popov brothers with this run, perhaps. Maybe Ilya did something similar in the first run. Yes, the judges have quite a lot of work to do. It looks like the situation on the track has changed dramatically because the performance of the drivers has changed. Also, the angles do not conform to the judges' assignment. 49 degrees first, then there was a big angle, but then he corrected it. In the curve, he overdid it with the angle, but it was more or less okay in the end. But there are quite a lot of questions, and the speed was also lowered to 54 kilometers per hour, even though like 65 would be considered average. Many drivers run much faster. Previously, in the style assignment, we used to have some speed requirements. Now we've got the 135 kilometers per hour at the initiation, but it is not that obligatory. But we understand it perfectly that if everyone is running at a speed of around 65 and above, usually it's around 70, 54 would be too little. It would be unchaseable. It would create a huge discomfort for the chaser, and I'm sure that the opponent might not handle this. He will be left somewhere in the greens or maybe spin around. Yes, such moves are incredibly hard to mimic. Usually such moves end in an accident, or the chaser begins to over decelerate, and the chase basically stops, and the judges have no doubt who has to be blamed of this. So this situation causes a lot of bad consequences for the leader, and we remember that the judges are more strict for the leaders. We continue the hat parade. And also something like a robe. Can we say it was a robe? -7 for the wheels, all clear, and 2 4s for TG1 and TG10. So half of the line is simply lost, and the style -5 out of 13, -4.5 for the angle. So it's 15, 25, 26.5, and this makes a total of 66.5. So for some reason, our competition is going in the wrong direction. We are getting worse and worse. But maybe this is because something has changed on the track. But this is why we have the familiarization run. I know that the drivers are forbidden to do anything between the familiarization and the battle run, but you can still adjust yourself. And in between the battle runs, you can do some changes. Yevgeny Spirin from VS team is going on his second run. He's got to save himself. He had 65 for the first run. Now the run in, and here he goes. The initiation, 3-wheel drifting, and he almost flies out from the track. Yeah, who needs a touch and go? No one needs a touch and go. Then he's got to run through the sweeper in the careful way, and I think he does. Then there's touch and go 7, and then he goes too deep outside the track. Almost 3 wheels were outside, and touch and go 10 was also ignored. Maybe not completely ignored, but I wouldn't say that he took it. What an unfortunate third sector. Why is it ruining the lives of our drivers? The unfortunate third sector. But speaking about styles, yeah, TG7 was missed. TG7 and TG8 was missed, and TG9 is also very likely to be missed because I didn't see any rear wheel there, and I guess 3 wheels were even further. At least 2, definitely. And in this situation, when the right rear wheel was on the line, it can be also counted. That's okay. 8 and 9, but it is 7 points. This is our negative scenario bureau that continues its operation. But what can we expect from the weather now? It looks like we only expect top 32 to happen. I wonder if we're gonna run on the wet or on the dry and wet. But the speeds will fall, everything will get much slower. But I'm really scared of the third sector, especially under the rain, because if even now it is working like this, in the rain the speed will be lower, so maybe it also works better. I'm not sure. There will be less ways to keep yourself safe. Yes, the third wheel was out, which is -10. -10, but is there anything left of the line? That's the big question. This is some anomaly, a grip anomaly. And is it really that bad? Is it really that unpredictable and that slippery? But no one has driven in these conditions. There has been rain, there has been sun, but nothing like this. But probably I would try not to dramatize it that much. But this way or another, this temperature metamorphosis, as happened here many times. Sometimes very experienced drivers wouldn't hit the right pressure and try to correct it blindly, because if there is no dramatic change, but just the evening came, you practiced in the morning, and then the evening came, and you're one of the last ones. So nothing special happened, but still, the asphalt cools down, and everything feels very differently. It's minus 15 for the wheels, minus 10, only 4 points for the line, 26 for the angle, 26 for the style. This is 56. You don't even have to wait to calculate. Unfortunately, this is very, very sad. Only 65 points for the best. And he is not getting top 32. He's 35th in the qualifying at the moment. And we've got 4 more drivers in the last group and 4 more drivers in this one. I mean, the ones who can get ahead. And he's now the last one in the protocol. Artyom Letis with 77 points that makes us very nervous. And now he starts. The driver represents Carville Racing, his second run. So he's got to be careful, at least in the first sector, not to ruin everything from the very beginning. Let's see whether he can do it. A very aggressive initiation, nevertheless. And he is more careful in the first transition compared to the previous one. And everything works much better now, even though one wheel still craves freedom outside the track. Now the transition touch and go 7. Very careful as required to be. Then Artyom Letis steps on the right, touch and go 10 and goes to the finish. This is much, much better, much more precise. And now I would like to point out one very important thing. I don't always realize where drivers get penalties in the third sector, even when it looks more or less okay. But this is all about the angles. I mean, the angles from which we're looking at it. We're looking at it from broadcast, and we don't see what the drivers do with the angle stability. And this place is really very hard, because you've got to do a very careful transition from 7 to 8. Then spin your car into touch and go 9, and then open the throttle at the right moment. And if you do it too sharply, it would be bad. It is also a penalty. So you're penalized for everything that is forbidden. Everything that is not forbidden, it's allowed. This is our paradigm today. And if we take a look at the style score distribution, this is 13 in the first score, in the first sector. But that is the initiation. So this is the basic element. And here, wow, like what is there? Making a transition from touch and go 7 to touch and go 8. Then you can carefully gain the angle from medium to big, and then you reduce it to the medium and go into the last curve. But it is actually hard, because there are some uneven grounds, and then there are 2 bumps. And another important thing why the third sector is so expensive is because you've got to start deceleration at the right moment and stop it at the right moment. Deceleration zone belongs to the style, but we're also speaking about angle. And it doesn't look that hard at first, but all these factors come together and they all influence each other. They all influence the spatial positioning of the vehicle. So now Artyom Letis has finished his run. So style is operating the pedals. And in terms of operating the pedals, the third sector is the most difficult one. Alexei Kozlov has got to wait for the score of Artyom Letis. The judges are still calculating. And in about 27, 28 place, we've got lots of 7s. Yes, 2 wheels for the 2 point deductions for the wheels. Wow, it doesn't look very well, but this is an 80 plus. This is 83 points altogether, and he's 21st. Now Artyom Leitis is saved. He is 100% in top 32. No one's gonna kick him out mathematically, and he's ahead of Alexander Abramov, by the way. I wonder what the outcome would be for Alexander Abramov. Alexei Kozlov is now safe, but can he improve his result? Alexei Kozlov, Predator Drift Team, 95 points for the first run, and it was really cool. Here is initiation. Now he presses the throttle pedal. Now I think he goes around the no-go zone, collects touch and go 2, touch and go 3, another transition, and here he spins the car to the right position. It looks like he tried to add some more speed, but instead of that he added something else. The last transition, presses the throttle and misses touch and go 9, and through touch and go 10 he is running to the finish. There will be no improvement, this is what we can state, and proceed to the analysis. Recalling the feats of Alexei Kozlov in RDS Europe, for example, this is also a driver who was outside the track twice with one wheel, and he still got 96 points. This is really virtuoso performance. Andreas Tapov was almost crying when he was deducting these points twice by 2, because the run was amazing. Double pedal, correction after the transition. I don't know if the wheel was apart from the white line, but he misses touch and go 6. Maybe Alexei Kozlov was thinking this way: well, I've got 95 already, so I can do whatever, because I cannot spoil it anymore. And he also misses number 9. Okay, take it yourself, he says. And line-wise, it was more or less okay after touch and go 9, but we cannot ignore touch and go 9. But this is what I'm saying for the future. Line-wise, he didn't take touch and go 9, but usually it happens because the line is narrowed, but here it wasn't. He just missed the initial phase. He just opened the throttle too early and went directly to the next one. He pressed the accelerator before touch and go 8, and he simply pushed himself. But at least he didn't get outside the track in around the finish like he did in the first run. I guess these are the two factors that influence each other very significantly. He wasn't supposed to add more angle, but he had to keep the angle stable and keep it big enough for the car to stay within the track. And now we are... No, we're not finishing. We've got 2 more runs until the end of group number 7. So these are -4s. 4x4. -16 for the line. 28 for the angle. 34 for the style. So the style is still cool, but in the first run it was maximum. Here there is a little deduction. And this makes a total of about 76. It's good that this is not the first run, so it doesn't spoil anything. So now everything is great. He stays on the same position, but here the position has to be corrected. Dmitry Yermokhin, Autobahn team, BMW E92, and he had 75.5 points for the first run, and he is now 31st. He's walking on a very thin ice, and he's got to go back to the firm ground. BMW E92, number 24, the winner of RDS Siberia, Dmitry Yermokhin, is speeding up, and he is doing the Furidashi for the second and the last time in this qualifying. The first transition, he's got to hold on, -5. Oh, come on, go, go! Then there is a big sweeper, and let us not cross the track borders. Dmitry Yermokhin collects all the clips on the way, and now, yes, one wheel is outside, and it looks like Dima started accelerating a little too early, and yes, he hits the no-go zone with one wheel, but I think he got the clip anyway. This exquisite line when first you are going into the no-go zone, but then you get back into your senses. But why didn't he press the acceleration braver because the smoke is slightly thin. He could really save himself. He could add more angle just not to get outside the track again. But, well, it is easier for us, well, looking at it from outside, and being in there in that cockpit is, of course, much harder. And number 10 is the biggest question of all. Did he get back to the track, or would it count? Would number 10 count at all if you are getting back right there from the opposite side of the moon? Well, I guess it should. Even though, once again, we remember that the inner touch and go has to be taken with a will, and it has to be taken with the right wheel, And this is also dangerous, just millimeters away. Stanislav Dolgy has to study it very well from different angles. Double pedaling is taking place. I hope not triple pedaling, because if it was triple, the car wouldn't go anywhere. Three-wheeling, double pedaling. It sounds like a bicycle for little children. 3 wheels and 2 pedals. Anyway, it's now hard to recognize. But no one promised it would be easy. This is not an easy walk. This is not a resort for judges. But this is when I feel so happy not to be a judge. Vladislav Yerofeev is preparing to finalize the performance of group number 7. We've got 4 more drivers, Sergei Sak, Damir Diaturin, Anton Dmitrienko and Denis Sarakaput. And at least half of the half of VS team does not qualify, but we will get back there a little later. -9 for the wheels. This is 3 times by 1 wheel, but one was in an expensive zone. 21, 27, 28.5, and this is 76.5. And no, now Dmitry Ermohin is the 30th, slightly higher, so he passes Anatoly Kizin. But now I guess he will be the most excited spectator. But we've got Ilya Fedorov, who is now 32nd. All right, now Vladislav Yerofeev. He is currently the 34th. He's got 66.5 for the first run, and now he's got to do something with it. All right, so we'll see. There's also Vladislav Popov, who is in a very risky position. Now he's got to wait only. Vladislav Yerofeev is now doing his second transition and runs to collect the clip in our famous long sweeper. And he's doing great, by the way, also touch and go 7. And it would be strange if he didn't get outside anywhere. And he picked the last curve of the configuration. But now he looks a little bit more careful. But would it be enough? I guess so, because it looked like an 80 plus. Except for having 1 wheel outside after the deceleration zone, he also used some handbrake to get closer to touch and go 9. You will see this moment. So here we go. Here we press out, and you saw it. You saw it right on the dotted line. He saw he was late for touch and go 9. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit touch and go 9. It would have been -4. But I guess the penalty for the handbrake is not that big, and it was very short. He almost repeated what Alexei Kozlov did, by the way. I mean, missing touch and go, but then going beautifully to the finish. So here you can see that he has been very careful, maybe even humble in his second qualifying run. He didn't do anything bad with the angles, and it doesn't really look like a big angle. This is the right strategy, in fact, because carefulness here is much more important than aggression, especially considering that we've got 4 more people who haven't qualified, and Vladislav Yerofeev is one of the few who can change their destiny. And now he is hanging on a thread. He's holding on for dear life, and a lot depends on what he does now. I think he should get something about 80, even though there is no guarantee whatsoever. Yeah, so he didn't get enough angle in touch and go 2, touch and go 3. The sweeper was more or less okay, at least in terms of numbers. If we don't try to evaluate it like the judges, but just check out the data. And some corrections near the finish, but we're already used to such adventures of the drivers in this part of the track. But I would like to believe that by top 32, everyone will learn their lessons, do some follow-up works, and maybe listen to their spotters and figure everything out, because in between the qualifying and top 32, we don't have any practice runs. But every driver, like, for example, Vladislav Yerofeev, has got to show a certain follow-up thing, and we will see it very soon. Yes, so this is the result. 4.5 for the angle in the first sector. So these are the under angles. And then there are also some style deductions, 1 wheels deduction. So there are things to calculate, but Vladislav Yerofeev is definitely safe now. He's got 84 points, and he is now 21st in the qualifying protocol. So he flies up, he takes off. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to Ilya Fedorov. So now the final group is coming. Sergei Sak, champion of Belarus, master of sports, representing Avtoban team, and his RZ34 built by Forward Auto. He is now running in, and here he is. Initiation. He presses the throttle at the right moment, but he falls outside the track. Now the borders are okay. The second transition carefully into the curve. And now he takes all the 3 clips on the way, makes a transition to touch and go 7, and the final direction switch, and he collects touch and go 9 and touch and go 10 as well. It was good, you know, it wasn't bad, especially considering that Sergei has got an arm trauma. He's got a little fraction. There is nothing good about it, but Sergei somehow does it. It looked very dramatic, especially in the initiation, but it was only 1 wheel. 1 wheel only. I'm just afraid that it can be wrong in some other criteria, like the style and the angle as well. But we will check it out later, what Mikhail Davidyan says. But the impression was very good. He looked brave and agile and dynamic. That's good, very good. And this is 73 degrees at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. That's slow. That was a late initiation. This is where the the penalization may be. Then he made a transition to 59 degrees. The only thing that spoils it all is a correction in the sweeper right before the exit. And in all the rest, well, there's nothing fatal if we check out the diagrams alone. And I think he was slightly late with the throttle. Initially, it was a Nissan 370Z, but there's a conversion kit that can convert it 370Z into this. And there many people had questions about the window shape. The thing is that the glass is absolutely the same, but the fender is different. And it makes it all look differently. The doors, by the way, of a Nissan Z and Nissan 370Z are also the same. This is how in a new marketing reality generations may change. I made a video about it. When there are two different car bodies, but they turn out to be the same, if you take a closer look at it. And the paradox is that the sedan E92 and the coupe E92 have different windshields in shapes. So one doesn't match another. But this is a BMW, it cannot be different. You cannot order a single part without a VIN number. Damir Idiatulin is already prepared, but we're waiting for the score of Sergei. We're very interested in what the judges think about it. He's the champion of Belarus, I remind you. This is his first qualifying run. But the intuition tells me that it should be something about 80. Oh, wait. Yes, -2 for the wheel, -4 for the in sector 2. Yes, this is an 80 plus, definitely. This is 88, 28, 29, and 31. And altogether it makes 88. Yeah, and this is a ticket to top 32. Sergei, bravo. Well, this is great. Amazing. And now we're waiting for Damir Idiatulin to come out. Damir Idiatulin on board his Toyota Supra AAT, representing the city of Krasnoyarsk and the team of Fresh Racing, our main expert in qualifying rounds. He's the author of multiple 100 runs. I wonder if he can do it once again. But of course, we expect him to show us something special. This is the initiation, and now he presses the throttle and almost falls into the gravel trap. I wonder how he did it. Did he just fly on the air? Then with some little corrections, he's running through the sweeper, collecting all the 3 clips. Through touch and go 7 to the last transition, touch and go 8 and 9, and the 9 is right on the edge. And here he is carefully running to the finish, avoiding the no-go zone. You remember that when Yevgeny Losev was doing his second run, it felt like a little droplet of Damir's blood was added to Yevgeny Losev. It looks like a little droplet of Yevgeny Losev was added to Damir Idiatulin. Here, probably he was over-aggressive, but still he didn't dig the ground. He was outside, but he didn't dig it. Here at Nring, one of the cars went out so much that the gravel hit the drone. It was so epic. Damir Idiatulin won qualifying rounds here twice. The second time was last year, and on this configuration he had only 1 victory, but he has been 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, so he is regular in the top of the rating. He loves this configuration. He's been 2nd once, and generally he is 5th or 9th. He's been in top 4, and that was his battle with Mitya Yermokhin. Or was it in top 4? Or was it in top 16? I'm not sure. It takes quite a long while to find out. I guess we need to check out the records. Because, you know, our history is very rich and there have been lots of interesting heats. We will check it out in our records. I think it was a Lexus V8, the second event of year 2023, when Damir and Dmitry made an epic battle. It was a terrible event for Fresh Racing when they lost in top 16 or in top 8. I think it was in top 8, even though I'm not sure. It's easy to check anyway. Now we're waiting for the results of Damir Idiatulin, so this is why we are talking so much. And you can enjoy the replays and the view of our racing track. And now here comes Anton Dmitriyenko, who is now preparing for his first qualifying run. And now we see the score of Damir. Yay! Yes. First sector, -3 for the angle, -7 for the wheels. We remember because there was one wheel and then one wheel again, but in an expensive zone. And 3 points for the style in sector 1. That is interesting. And the final result of the Mirdiatulin is 23, 28.5 and 32, which makes a total of 83.5. So he is already safe. He is already in top 32. But this is not as luxurious as it could probably be. We say goodbye to Dmitry Yermokhin, unfortunately. That is sad. I know, we say goodbye to Anatoly Kizin. Yeah, we say goodbye to Anatoly Kizin. And we say hello to Anton Dmitriyenko on board his S15, who is doing his first qualifying run. Here is a run-in initiation. He presses the throttle pedal. And here comes immediately the first transition. Once again, there is a question about touch and go 3 and a question about the entrance into the sweeper. Touch and go number 4 seems to be ignored. He gets touch and go 7, the last transition, and here, oh, whoa, whoa, this is a 0. Oh, come on, how come? It looked so good. There was so little left. How many meters were left? Like 30? Yeah, maybe something about 100. Around 120 maybe. But still, it's just one turn. But alas, didn't work out. Anton Dmitriyenko is getting a 0. We've got only one driver who hasn't appeared this far. This is a driver of VS team called Denis Sarakaput. He got the lucky lollipop with number 39, and it's getting very, very dark, and we see Denis Sarakaput doing his familiarization run. And because Anton Dmitriyenko hasn't finished his run and the judges didn't need any time for thinking, so Denis Sarakaput is getting to the start. What does our meteo service say? We are surrounded by the atmospheric fronts and the clouds. We can see that it is raining somewhere out there on the horizon, even though it's getting colder and the humidity is also rising. You shouldn't forget about that. But there are no drops on the ground. But I wouldn't be surprised if it starts raining when Denis Sarakaput begins his running. All right, so we remember that heat of Dmitry Yermokhin and Damir Dyatulin. It was in 2022, and it was in top 8, exactly. Dmitry Yermokhin made it to the final, and he competed with Georgy Chevchan. And now we're about to witness the first run of Denis Sarakaput. He will now try to show us the best of what he's got. He is the only representative of a VS team who still has a chance, because Anatoly Kizin, Yevgeny Spirin and Alexei Vakhtin are already out. But the success of Denis will mean a fiasco for Dmitry Yermokhin. But, well, this is sports. The strongest wins. And a lot will depend on this first run, because it looks like the weather is changing. Denis Sarakaput is doing a proper initiation, ignores touch and go 3, makes the transition, and then he runs into the curve. There is very little smoke. He's now pressing the throttle to touch and go 7. The last transition, he misses touch and go 9. And here we see double pedal drifting at the finish. But at least he is not outside. From our telemetric systems and our statistics system, we get the news that the rain is starting. So now we've got to try to finish it as fast as possible so that everyone gets the score to continue top 32 in more or less driftable weather. Yes, you can see that it begins raining. The drops are pretty big. You can see them from the window. You can see them through the camera. Yes, so we are extremely lucky, and Denis Sarakaput is extremely lucky. There were quite a lot of details to consider. And the second attempt, we will be definitely done under the rain. Yeah, the weather is not very good now. And you can see that he's having hard time. He's got to use a lot of handbrake to save the situation so that the car doesn't spin around. You shouldn't forget, my friends, that the level of our drivers is very high and they can adjust for different weather conditions. So what has been adjusted for the dry weather is very, very different from what you do under the rain. For the rain, usually the suspension is released, all the stabilizers are let out so that the car moves smoother, so it gets more flexible, so it can shift the weight not only from the back to the front, but also vice versa, from the left to the right and vice versa, so that it can find support. In circuit racing, they also release the suspension and put the wheels straight. In drifting, the rear wheels are standing straight, but the front wheels, well, you cannot really change much because the arms are long, and due to the long arms, the wheels are positioned this way, but sometimes the front wheels can be changed. So the weight has to be redistributed. So a part of the job is done when the car is being adjusted. So now, congratulations to Sergei. He did his productive run at the right moment. I don't know what happens now, what he does next, because familiarization is good, but it doesn't save him now. All right, but has he done the familiarization? And in what conditions has he done that? That's a big question. Because it all depends, because the entire run depends on that now. The first run was good, it was 88 points, it was nice and secure, high quality. Okay, so these are the results of Denis. -2, -4, all right, so 24, 25.5 and 27. This is not that much, not that much. And obviously, he's missing out. Oh, let's check it out. This is 76.5. He's 35th. Yeah, so now it will be extremely hard to improve. Yesterday, the drivers practiced under the rain, so they have got some experience. But now we'll see what Sergei Sak can do with such weather. Suddenly the sun is coming out, but it's still raining. And you can see that the windshield sweepers are working. So now there is a very big question. How fast can he go? How can he initiate? Lots of questions, no answers. Okay, so he is flowing outside the track once and twice. It is hard to find the right speed, at least 3 wheels outside, which is -15. Well, basically, here he can stop. He doesn't even have to continue. But, well, the information is being collected, and it's better to slide to the configuration in any possible way. Outside once again. Now the car will be working against the driver. He misses 2 clips once again. Sergei is persistently crawling to the finish and finishes immediately after. Well, this is the will for victory. Of course, no improvement is possible. And this is not even about Sergei, it's about those who desperately need it. I have no idea how you can improve your performance on such wet asphalt. Those who need it desperately are Denis Starkaput and Anton Dmitrienko. Anton has got a 0, so he's got to get an 80+ result, and he was actually doing an 80+ result, but then he stopped. because now Vladislav Popov has got 87. He needs... Oh, sorry, Artur Zelyony has got 77. And, yeah. So, therefore, Anton Bityenko needs to get at least 77.5. Just like Denis Sarakaput. Denis Sarakaput has got 76.5. Only 1 point improvement would be enough to jump from place 32 to 35 to 32. And half a point is the traditional gap between Artur Zelyony and Dmitry Yermokhin. Yes, when Sergei was crossing the finishing line, the judges were thinking, come on, why are you doing this to us? Because there are so many penalties. The entire system of coordinates, the entire system of values is changing. And you've got to develop something new, because everything you could do wrong, Sergei Sak did wrong. I know he didn't do it intentionally. It was not even a 0. The initiation speed was 87.4 kilometers per hour. The traditional 50% and 57 degrees, so the angle was still big. This requirement was satisfied. Then sweeper 52.3, so this is the medium angle. Exactly. There was a great trouble with the clips and everything, but nevertheless, even though the speed fell, and especially in the last turn, it fell to 25.5 kilometers per hour, which is twice slower than normal. Well, what else could he do? It's almost 3 times slower, because the norm is 65 and up. It is not written anywhere. This is just my observation. This is not just the mean value. This is just approximate value, approximate speed that is perceived as normal. But many drivers go faster. Many of them run much faster. It would be interesting to see in the dry weather, but I'm afraid that it's not possible in top 32. It is still raining. And now Damir Diatulin is coming out. He's preparing for his next attempt. And I suspect that the fresh may qualify in such a way that they hit each other at the very beginning of top 32. Minus 10 for the style, 0 for the style, because too many wheels outside. It cannot be negative, just in case, if anyone is interested. 20.5 for the angle, 18 for the style, 37.5. Speaking about temperature, it does look like temperature. Looks like someone is very ill. But 88 for the first run. Congratulations. This is great. You're lucky. All right, so he's now 19th. Just for a moment, this is a winter drifting master on the start. But winter drifting is not usually done on board a 1000 HP Supra, but 100 HP Lada. But let's see what Damir Diatulin from Fresh Racing can do. He's got 83.5. Damir Diatulin is now very careful here, and you've got to be, because the car is very powerful and has got a very nasty character. Now he's got to run in and accelerate, of course. Full throttle is out of question, but that was cool. Line-wise, bravo Damir in transition immediately. We forget about sharp transitions under such a rain, but everything is still within the track. Very careful is Damir. Can he collect all the clips? It looks like he's going for that. Yes, he takes touch and go number 6. Wow, touch and go 7. Damir is taking it just as well. And now this is not even a deceleration zone. This is any speed zone, I would call it. And through touch and go 10, Damir is running towards the finish. So, all in all, we've got maybe -4 for a missed number 9. He hit touch and go 8. It is all suspicious. Well, yes, this is a workshop on how you can control a 1000 HP monster on the wet ground. Of course, now the turbocharging is now at the minimum, but you cannot make it atmospheric. It just wouldn't run. If you have no turbocharging pressure, the car begins twitching and it doesn't go anywhere because there is no oxygen, no burning catalyst. So therefore, the lightest program should be set, but if the engine is 1000 HP, you cannot reduce it to the minimum. Sooner or later, you hit the bottom, and like 600 or 700 will still remain. And the 600 or 700, it's such in such challenging conditions, still take their toll, because yes, this is wet. It's wet everywhere, but the grip would still not be even, because we know that the contenders also run on curb lines. There is debris on some places, and you can see that the color of the asphalt is different. Somewhere it looks glossy, somewhere it looks matte, somewhere it looks black and gray. Westlake would leave a polished surface, and Linglong leaves matte. But matte things are now in fashion, so aesthetically everything is great. So wow, the rain is getting so severe. Without this touch and go 9, it would have been 96. It would have been 99, because then there wouldn't have been those 2 by 1.5. So this is 26, 22.5, 33.5 for the style. Absolutely incredible in this weather. I don't think it's possible to make it better. It's 92 for the second run, and he's 9th. Phenomenal. I anticipate how we record the best qualifying runs overview, and we will see Demir's rain dance. But let me remark that the justice exists. This is number 9 is on the 9th place. Okay, so now Anton Dmitrienko has got to do his self-saving session. He's got only a 0 for the first run, and he's got to make it to the finish no matter what it takes. Damir Idiatulin has just shown that it's possible even in this weather, and Anton Dmitrienko is now showing us a very good start. Yes, the car sticks, but no, it spins around, and this is a double 0. A double 0. This is really very bizarre, but a Weissfab car shouldn't behave this way. Weissfab 3 doesn't spin. I don't know what it takes to make a car spin like this on a Weissfab 3, because, well, there could have been some little contact during the practice, or maybe something about the wheels, but it's really strange. The car shouldn't spin like this if it has a Weissfab, but this is the second 0, and this is third failure in the qualifying for Anton Dmitrienko. This is very disappointing for this driver from Irkutsk. He is a champion of the regional series. Anton knows how to drive. He's a very good one. I saw what he can do with my own eyes. But what can we do? The weather is very challenging. So all we can do is just claim that this is the way it is. And the final run of the qualifying, this is Denis Sarakaput. And he is having a familiarization run, obviously. Thank you guys for staying with us, guys. Thank you for supporting our drivers, because it is so valuable. But now the engines got quieter. We can hear your voices and the noise you make. It's really good. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being here. I really hope that this rain passes and it finishes, and by top 32 it gets drier. But we've got one more run to do in this qualifying run, the qualifying of the third event of RDS GP 2025. And here comes the question: where is Denis Sarakaput? And where is the 6 degrees centigrade? Ah, there he comes. Oh, no. And here comes another question. What what do we do with the parade, the opening, and other activities? We will keep everyone informed, of course. We may have some schedule shifts, but everything is still fine according to the schedule, which means that we are finishing the qualifying very soon, and the parade and the autograph session will begin at 3 p.m. at 3:40 p.m. And the autograph session will start immediately after. So this far we adhere to the schedule. Denis Sarkaput from VS team, the last run of this qualifying, and this is his attempt to break into top 32 and to help his team in the next stage, and everything is about this guy and his E92. Whether he can survive in this weather. Denis Sarkaput starts moving towards the initiation point. So, okay, let's hold our fingers crossed for this guy. And this is the initiation. This is what he does. But at least he remains within the track. Then there is the transition. It looks very similar to what Anton Petrenko did, but Denis continues running towards the second transition. Here's the sweeper, and he collects number 4, number 5, and he collects number 6. He's got to help himself with a handbrake. Another transition, touch and go 7. And the final transition in this court section of the track. And yes, he takes 8 and 9. He only has got to climb up and up and up. And finally, come on, come on, come on. He takes number 10. Denis Sarkaput is desperately running towards the finish as his car is seeking grip under the layer of water. And he finishes. This is a definitely productive, a successful run. And if we recall Damir Diaturin, who missed 1 TG, Denis Sarkaput managed to collect them all. And this is the reason why Damir got 2 more penalties for the line and for the angle and for the style. And Denis Sarkaput did an absolutely perfect job. He was slightly more careful. He was probably slower, more corrections. I don't think he will get the same as Damir Diaturin, but Denis can get to top 32 and he can kick Artur Zelyony out of the top 32. E92 for an E92. What difference does it make, right? Star Pro Stars Imol will be definitely upset. But there will be 1 person from VS team, 1 person from Star Pro Stars Imol. Artur Zelyony wouldn't agree with me, of course, but the results are not ready yet, so it's hard to say who will be celebrating. Denis Sarkaput needs to make it better than 77. 77.5, and he will be in the next round. If Denis Sarkaput did the same on the dry ground, of course it would not be a 70 plus, but Likar can probably relax. They're doing okay. They're all there, all the 4 of them. Yeah, you can see him celebrating. Yeah, I love it. He's so happy. I think you may not be as happy when you win than finally succeeding, finally making it in such a rain. And Denis Sarkaput has deserved this celebration and a great round of applause from everyone. Denis Sarkaput is also waving his hands at everyone. Yes, he's got 26 for the angle. And style, 28.5, not that bad. Yes, in the last sector was pain and torture and suffering. It was impossible to get enough speed. It doesn't even depend on the driver. It's more about the settings. And yes, 3.4 points of penalty. 30, 26, 28.5. And this is 84.5. And he is 23rd. Wow. And he's in top 32. Denis Sarkaput is doing a great job. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Artur Zelyony. He is the last loser of the qualifying. But, well, this dramatic moment always comes. Everyone is longing for this last run. But, well, we have what we have. Artyom Shabanov, his first qualifying victory ever. That is a success of Time Up team. Maxim Grossman is the 2nd. Kirill Matskevich is the 6th. On the third line, we've got Alexei Kozlov, bravo. Danila Vorobyov is the fourth. Anton Klimko is the fifth. This is the best qualifying in his career, or at least at Nring circuit. Sergei Kuznetsov is the seventh. Roman Tivadar rounds up the top 8. Then we proceed. Damir Diatulin is the ninth. Andreas Stapov, 92 points each. Arkady Tsaregradzev, Ilya Popov, 91 points each. Anton Kozlov, 90.5. Ivan Palmin, 90. These are the places from 9 to 14. Then the 15th is Leonid Schneider with 89.5. The 16th is Grigory Gusev with 89 points. Well, we've got quite a big 90-plus club, well, which is traditionally quite big. We used to have more than 12. Anton Klimko, by the way, repeats his best qualifying result. He was 5th at Agora Drive, the previous event. Now, the second half of the protocol. Who hits Grigory Gusev? Georgy Chivchan, the 17th. Timofey Dobrovolsky is standing next to him. Next comes Evgeny Losev with 88 points. Sergei Sak is the 20th. Nikita Shikov, 21st. Ilya Polishchuk, 22nd. Denis Sarakabut, the finishing run of the qualifying, 23rd. Vladislav Yerofeev with 84 points is 24th. The 25th is Artem Leitis with 83. 83 is also the result of Alexander Abramov. The 27th is Denis Migal. Then comes Danila Skorobogatov. Then Grigory Burlutsky. The 30th is Pyotr Borodin. Dmitry Sherbina has got 79.5. And the 32nd is Vladislav Popov. Hardly got there. Half a point ahead. No, not even ahead. He's got the same result as Artur Zelyony. It was about the worst attempt. And the first failure of Artur Zelyony turned out to be the unfortunate one. Who we lose. And there we lose Artur Zelyony. Then comes Dmitry Yermokhin, Anatoly Kizin, Ilya Fedorov, Alexei Vakhtin, Evgeny Spirin, and Anton Dmitriyenko. There's only one team from VS Team and only one from Star Pure Stars IMOL. And those drivers who don't make it to top 32 get 1 point, except for Anton Dmitriyenko, who's got a 00. So, my friends, we take a break until the opening ceremony. It will be held at 3:40 p.m. Moscow time. Yes, 3:40 Moscow time. So, therefore, we will show it on air before top 32, which is scheduled for 5 p.m. Moscow time as well. See you soon.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Читайте в майском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Какие претензии предъявили опытные водители к китайским кроссоверам? Что общего между футболом и автопромом? Зачем поощрять жесткую конкуренцию внутри автобренда? Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Это должны знать все! С ВТБ нам выгодны дороги.
А почему выгодно? С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
С ВТБ нам выгодны дороги.
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ. Все получится.
Если радио, то максимум.
время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Touch my sleeve. Niggas out there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flat.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. The music will kiss you might fall out.
Мы команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Ну, в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо. RDS GP – это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Это возможно.
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить молодым.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Вообще, поговорим, мы за это и любим дрифт.